Love Z, what's going on? So you're looking at the 1 through 5, the Ontario Rat 2? I'm kind of hoping for 11 to 15. I want to play with the 4 Max Scout. I really do. And oh boy, this looks bad on my phone, but I think my Wi-Fi is not happy. We got the Ontario Rat 2, we got the Rosecraft Castoria, the 4 Max Scout, and the Best Tech Dundee. I did not feel like risking it on the paraframe. I just not tonight. But how are you doing today? Here, this decides our fate tonight. That's before we roll this thing and see what we got. See who else gets in here. Let me Wow, my Wi-Fi is so not happy right now. Jesus Christ. Like, I'm watching this on my other phone, and we are getting about 3 pixels on the screen, basically. That is so bad. I almost pulled one of my bug outs out of the box, but I don't feel like being here for 7 hours. Like, again, that's going to be a money earning stream if I'm going to do that. And I'm going to get started early in the day. But yeah, I can't think of anything else interesting to add right now. I've been awake since 2 a.m. and my brain's not working right. We got some people in here. How's everybody doing? Yeah, we lost one. I asked how you're doing, and people are like, nope, gone. So we got 5 minutes, and we're going to see what the 20-sided die of Destiny picks for us, and we're going to go nuts on it. Like I said, I'm hoping for the Cold Steel or the Castoria. I'm giving myself decent odds here. I'll take either one, but all 4 of these should be good tonight. I just did not want to do the paraframe. Not today. But I can set up my next box while we're waiting. I think I've saved enough cardboard for the next 4 or 5 live streams here easily. Sorry, I'm getting my next empty box for the cardboard strap set up. Okay, we're good to go with that. Yeah, we're back down to 2 again. 3 minutes till touchdown. Or liftoff, or whatever you want to call it. At last, we finally meet again. What's going on, Fook? Just waiting to roll the die. We got the Rat 2, the Castoria, the 4 Max Scout, and the Best Tech Dundee. I did not want to risk it on the paraframe. Not tonight. Maxilla, what's going on, man? Yeah, I got up 2 a.m., went to work, could not sleep when I got home, so it's going to be another one of those streams. But let's get the feet picks in before Evasive Floppy Disk shows up. There you go. It's one of those things where, again, I like the Paraframe for what it is and when it was made, but it doesn't stand up to anything today. I had a coworker. I was asking him about the knives he was carrying. He had at least two on him, and the one that he pulled out was the Paraframe. I'm just like, oh, okay. And of course, I had the Formax on me because it was the day before yesterday. As a knife, the Paraframe exists. I did bring the bug outs down. I know I promised someone, what was it, last stream, that I'd show off the bug outs that I had. You know, I've got the CF Elite right here, and I really need to put some more carry time on it. Harish Eller, what's going on, man? Welcome, welcome, welcome. And then I've got the beauty right here, the aluminum scales, the M390, the red thumb stud, the red back spacers, or the red barrel spacers. But I also need to carry this more. I promised I would. And of course, right now I got review stuff getting in the way, so it's kind of hard to dig back in here and grab this when I'm supposed to be carrying something for review. Which we are doing the, oh, what you call it, the steel wheel cut jack. However, I'm going to have you guys help me pick out the next one before, because I don't know when the, I need your D20 to say 6 through 15. That's what I need, Fook. Come on now. But we are going to pick out the next week's carry while we're here tonight, because I don't know when my next live stream is going to be. But let's see what we get, guys. Come on, fingers crossed. I got 10. So we are doing the Rosecraft Castoria. That's what we're doing tonight. All right. So I'm pretty happy with that right here. Yeah, I was kind of hoping for the Cold Steel too, but I've also wanted to play with the Castoria and do this to it. I need a way to tag Rosecraft and let them know this is happening. And I'm not sure how to do that now that the stream has started. Give me a second here. I can't really do anything to fix that now. Okay. So we're going in on the Castoria, and I will say one thing right up front. The edges on the inside of this are hard 90s. They are not broken down at all. That's going to hurt so bad after a while. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. And let's take a look at the factory edge before we get going on this thing, which I can already tell you right now, the factory edge ain't the best. Like, it's not. I think this may have been just a bad edge from the factory, but you know how we do. We don't sharpen these things before we go in on them, because that is still on the factory edge. Dr. Bong, what's going on, man? Welcome. Ooh, S35VN. Yeah, I've got some S35VN cold steels, and just I don't have a... At some point, I'll bring the AD10 down and do this with it. I'm going to have to. Yeah, so she's slicing all right now. We're going to call it at 502. The thin profile right here makes for a good slicer. But yeah, Dr. Bong, you have walked in on checking out the edge retention on this thing and just cutting up cardboard, and I get to hang out with you guys for the next 5-6 hours. I tell you what, though, since you're new here, do me a favor. Pick one of these 8. Robot, Ninja, Frankenstein, Grim Reaper, Mummy, Knight, Alien, or Scuba Guy. 1977, what's up? What's up? Oh, yeah. Like, I couldn't get a PayPal to cooperate, so I was test driving I think an update happened or something. Well, thanks for watching, man. Happy to have you here, as always. But, like, I got everything working, and I was just bidding on something, or I was buying something on eBay, and I was testing to see if I could buy it, and PayPal was working again. So I wound up unintentionally buying my SNES Mini, which, I I'm not mad at. It just wasn't the expected outcome. I thought it was going to freeze up and not let me pay, and I brain farted my way clicking through it. Me with knives, what is going on, man? So we got the Rosecraft Astoria, and we do have a D2 on this. However, we don't have a great factory edge. Midnight, what's going on? What's going on? But yeah, I love the blade. Like, I love this knife. I seriously do. Like, I bought one of these to give away at 2K. Because, like, I handled it at Blade Show, and I was just like, you know what? I got to share this. That's not bad at all. That is a good score. Y'all see how good Fuchs' score was? Now, I will say I do have my emotional support caffeine for later tonight because I'm going to need it. I closed all week, had a day off, and then opened today, so I've been awake since 2 a.m. after being thrown that far off of a healthy sleep cycle. So I've been a zombie all day long. You know, I've been looking forward to doing this, but I've been a zombie all day long. But what's everybody else been getting into today? Sam with Nordyke, what's going on, man? Welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, healthy sleep cycle. The only way I can maintain that when I have the available scheduling is through fairly strong medication. 300 milligrams of Seroquel will knock you out. I'm trying to think. My best knife score. Well, I mean, I've knocked some $60 knives down to 15 between Amazon points and catching them on sale and stuff. I have done that. Samuel, I tell you what. Lulu, what's going on? So we are checking out how long the edge on this holds up to this, and I'm hanging out with you guys. Bruno Polarnet. Sir, I can't pronounce that last name. I'm so sorry. Samuel, let me go get the Scorpion lock real quick for you before we get too deep into this, and I'll be right back. Coming back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Don't leave me. I'm coming back. Okay. I'm back. That's my last trip upstairs. Yeah, it's the, like, I can get Polarin, but the M at the end throws me. But yeah, so we got the Scorpion lock on the 8015 light. And your lock here is that right there. So you pull that, and she swings open, she swings closed. And this is probably going to get a Cardboard Slayer sesh just to see how it stacks up against the 4MAX. A little bit thinner blade, a little bit slicier. What you got a question, Lulu? Because, yeah, this is D2, but it's not the best factory edge, so we don't know how long this will hold up. And I think it's an issue from the factory. Do the cold... We're not doing the cold steel, man. The 20-sided die of Destiny picked this one. So we're sticking with what it picked. Now, if we go a few weeks... Hey, you gonna quit getting stabbed now? What are the knives from? Like, I get these on Amazon mostly, or like this one I got at Blade Show. I keep forgetting the button lock won't open it. But yeah, so I went to Blade Show Atlanta and I picked up the Rosecrafts there. And again, if you haven't subbed, try to win you some stuff. I got 4 knives to give away at 2K, which is coming up faster than that 1K did. Gravy Seal, what's going on, man? No, I really wanted to play with this one too. Like, I wanted this one or the Cold Steel. I'll take either one. I know the Castoria seems a little bit of an oddball, but you guys also haven't had a chance to carry that and see what she do. Lulu, thank you so much. I appreciate it. You'll probably like it around here if you like knives at all. But like this is something not everybody's familiar with, because Rosecraft is a pretty small company and they're not on Amazon or anything else. Like, they're on their own website. I don't know who else would sell them, but this thing's really good. Like, it's a really good knife. Like, I tested the edge on the other one that I bought. The edge is a lot better on that. The edge is a lot better on my Pocket Monster. The edge is a lot better on the little Chonk. It's a lot better on the OG. This was $20. If you go to Rosecraft's website right now, you might be able to still find some more. I doubt they're all sold out, but they dropped the price down to $20 because they're getting rid of old inventory to make way for new designs and new inventory. So there we are. Yeah, it's a quality piece. Like, and for $20, you can't really argue with it. And y'all see this, right? Lovesy is gonna quit getting stabbed finally. Your days of being stabbed are over. It's not a slip joint, it's a button lock. You press this button down, and that's what closes it, but it locks. So, yeah, no slip joint right there. I really don't carry slip joints because I don't have a good way to carry it and make it easy to use. We're just testing out the knife's edge. That's all we're doing here. Usually stuff will last between 2.5 to 4 hours. The longest stream I did was 8 hours for Rocky. We went for 8 hours on Kaiser knife. Fook, you want to hit Rosecraft and drop a link for the Castoria for these guys? Let them check it out. If you would do me a solid. You are absolutely right about that. Rocky got a wrench. Yeah, we can super chat. And that's what we're doing right now, Bruno. We're testing to see how long the edge holds up to some really nasty cardboard. The stuff's dirty, it's abrasive. So yeah, this is what we're doing. We're testing it out. I've already carried it for a week and done a review on it. It did really well, aside from the factory edge being a little bit bad, but I think that's just a factory defect. But yeah, super chat does happen now, and all the super chats right now are going towards the best edge tester, so that we can get better information out of this than we have been. Yeah, I owed you a wrench for a while, but yeah, Fook just posted the link for the Rosecraft Castoria, so that's where you can go check it out and see what you think about it. And again, for $20, you cannot go wrong. Horatio Magellan Crunch, we hardly knew ye. Gravy Seal, dude, thank you so much, man. We're gonna give you the Grim Reaper. I don't have the hectare. Oh, we're gonna give you the song. we are. But so how many knives? I've probably got over 200 folding knives right now. Like I've got a crap load. At some point here, I'm going to go through and pick out the ones that would be good for giveaways that I have, that I've carried and reviewed and all that, and start giving some of those away because I don't have any use for them anymore. But I'm going to have to sit down with that one and really dig through everything. Yeah, it's over 200, Lulu. When I did a State of the Collection video a few weeks ago now, there were 168 folding knives that I could find. There's probably about 15 or 20 fixed blade knives, and another 24 knives have come in. Oh, you're talking about that? Yeah, no, I've told that story about 1,000,000 times now. Oh, cool. Am I subbed? Josh, what's going on? Go to channel. Okay. Yeah, I did count the Ozark trail knives. So the best blade shape for EDC is generally speaking going to be a drop point. As a matter of fact, I got my bug outs here. I know somebody wanted to see them on the last live stream, but like this right here is probably the best overall blade shape for EDC right here. Just a nice solid drop point. That'll do everything you need it to do without really any major drawbacks. So Loves Z got one of your microtechs there, Gravy Seal. Like he got apparently he got a Trudon and he quit getting stabbed today, so banner day for him. But yeah, it's just a drop point's definitely the best way to go for a basic EDC, especially if you only have like a couple of knives. Right now the giveaways have been few and far between because I am broke. Like I don't have money to keep buying stuff to give away. And so I've got a giveaway coming up at 2,000 subs. That's coming up soon. Or soon enough, I guess. It's happening faster than the first 1,000. KO Knives, what is up? But like I said, I'm looking at doing some giveaways with the stuff I've carried and reviewed. I just got to sit down and find the good candidates. Punisher, what is up? Everybody's here tonight. But yeah, I am missing some questions. Oh, Josh. But no, it's not necessarily that I'm scared of carrying a gun. It's that I'm not trained to handle a situation where I'd have to pull one. And I don't want to accidentally smoke somebody in a situation because I panicked when it could have been de-escalated. I'm not trained to handle that stuff, and I'm not going to act like I am. Is that going to be Merceau? I'm going to guess. Also, hey, how's it doing? Palmer Connolly, what's up, man? We're getting everybody up in here. I tell you what, you carry the gun, love. You carry the gun, loves. I'll let you deal with that. Again, giveaways don't always happen. I don't have the money to keep buying stuff. We already answered that one. So the black bug out is in a S30V. That's the common bug out steel. That nice bug out with the aluminum on it is M390. Yeah, Love Z. I'll let you carry. Just put one in the chamber for me. Just if someone fucks with you, tell them it's from me. But yeah, so for Tanto is decent for self-defense. All right, Lulu, see you later. Appreciate you being here. Tanto, you know, like I'm not an expert in self-defense with a knife. I'm not trained on that either, but a Tanto, it's nice and pointy. You can do what you need to with it. Just about anything can be used for self-defense, but yeah, Tanto's not a bad call. So I think we have KO Knives can explain it a lot better than I can. But basically, the S30V is good. The M390 is better, harder steel, better edge retention. I think better abrasion resistance. Like the black bug out, the CF Elite cost me like $140, and then a friend of mine got me the M390 version, and that cost him $275. So that price difference there is kind of staggering. And okay, so if we're looking at favorite knife, Bruno, I don't have like just one favorite knife. Again, like I've got over 200 here that I've been screwing around with for well over a year now. So you know, favorite knife is hard to pin down. Favorite steel, Sergio, what's going on? And Captain Crunch, you've sinned one too many times. Favorite steel, honestly, I think the 154 CN that we had is probably my favorite so far. Yeah, it's too many variables for just one, but like my favorite blade steel so far has been the 154 CM. I haven't really gotten to play with the S30V or the M390 properly, so I'm sure the M390 will be my favorite by the time I'm done with it. But Luke's here? Hell yeah! Yeah, and of course your edge geometry matters a whole lot. So I think the Rosecraft, it comes in, there was a link for this, but if you go to rosecraftblades.com, you'll see the Castoria for like $20. But there's red, this orange, there's a black and gray. I got the black and gray for the giveaway. And I think there's one other color. If you're going to teach knife safety, a Victorinox is not a bad way to go. So there are some brands I really like, but Cold Steel is probably my favorite brand right now. They consistently make the stuff that I want the most. Like I've got a list, like a long list of stuff being waiting to be bought, but Cold Steel makes stuff that I will completely skip the list for. You know, I've got the Cold Steel Mayhem in my sights. I'm saving up for that a few cents at a time. Lulu, you're back! Hell yeah! Yeah, so, I mean, if you want to teach knife safety as safely as possible, you can get a knife with a G10 blade. This is G10. It's not sharp. So you can teach a lot of safety, you can teach some handling, you know, all that. So favorite budget Cold Steel knife, the favorite budget is probably the large Luzon. It's an absolute monster. It was like $40 when I bought it, which I definitely I love carrying that thing. But you get into some of the more expensive ones, like the AD10. I love that one. That was worth every penny that I spent on it. The 4MAX Scout, now that I've gotten it, I've gotten the pocket clip issue sorted out. Also very enjoyable to carry and use. Brian Kerr, what's going on, man? What's going on, dude? Lulu, that is no problem. Nobody has to donate. I am checking the kudu right now real quick before I forget about it. I don't think kudu was spelled right. Moranaive. Excellent, excellent cheap fixed blade. Like, if you're going to carry something like that, you know... Wow, I see 19 on my end. Oh, dude, that is awesome. Yeah. Get that patented, like yesterday. Kershaw. I actually had a guy absolutely rail me because I didn't like the, or he didn't rail me, but it was a long, he wrote a small essay because I didn't like the Kershaw misdirect. And, apparently, yeah, D2, 150, it was a ridiculous, this is 14C28N, D2, such like that, was so similar to 8CR13 that, there's no difference. These guys are going to know more about the, these guys are going to know more about the fixed blades than I do. But, so, a range gun, 1911, not your best choice. You want to get something in 22 long rifle to take to the range. Because it doesn't matter how big the hole in the paper is, or, yeah, doesn't matter how big it is, just matters where it is. And you can get a box of like 100 rounds of 22 ammo for a fraction of the price of like 50 45 ACP. Yeah, dude, just get a 22 long rifle, like a Ruger Mark II or something like that. I stream usually about once a week. It's never on the same day because of my work schedule. My work schedule is not consistent, so I can't be consistent here right now. But, I lost track of my train of thought, guys. Like, I'm starting the stream off as a zombie. Dude, there was that shortage of all ammo because people thought that the president was going to institute a nationwide ammo ban because they're dumb. They're like, well, he can't ban rifles, so he's going to ban the ammo. Like, Luke, come on, why you got to ask that? Palmer, the 8010's great. I think these guys can tell you how I feel about the 1911, the Cold Steel 1911. We'll let the audience tell you. It kind of sucks. The filter and the misdirect both kind of suck. The filter, it works. It's a knife, but didn't really like the live stream with that one all too much. Like it held on to its edge for a while, but me with knives, you are dirty. Y'all are dirty. What the hell? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? We're fine, love Izzy. But no, the 1911 sucks. Like the misdirect is okay, but I don't like it. I would carry it, but I don't like it that much. Well, I'll tell you what, you buy one and you carry it. Enjoy it. Enjoy it, brother. We know you're over here trolling a little bit, but that's okay. You buy one and carry it. No, Samuel. Again, dude, ask all the questions. We love them. You quit getting stabbed so you lose fingernails. Come on, dude. Get it together. You're tearing this family apart. I don't have a favorite knife. There's too many out there to pick from. Probably overall the best one I've carried recently is the O-Knife Gar. I've got like one sim cut that I carried. It's the Crowley. It's a button lock. That thing was pretty good. And then I've got a Sincut Slashkin waiting to be carried sometime in the next few weeks. Your fingernail might be under the seat of your car. Have you checked there? Or like, did the last guy that stabbed you take it? Yeah, the Pyrite's really good. I enjoyed carrying that one. That was one of those where I had to throw it on the pile and then kind of leave it so I could carry other stuff to do videos on. That's one of the hard parts about doing videos like this, is you get attached to something that you have a great week of carry with something, you get attached to it, and it's like, I gotta throw it on the pile now, son of a bitch. The only Glock that I've handled I did not like. It's just, the trigger was jacked up. Now that being said, I don't know too much about Glocks. I've only handled the one, and that trigger was bad. God, it was bad. You know, for not having the best factory edge. Gabriel, what's going on, man? Welcome back. But yeah, for having a bad factory edge, this thing's slicing. Jason, what's up, man? Thanks. I'm doing okay, man. I'm tired. I woke up at 2 a.m., went to work, came home, and I'm still awake right now, and it's 5:30 in the evening. So this will be another stream where I start falling apart after the first 2 hours. But if you don't know, we've got the Rosecraft Blades Castoria right here. Great knife. They're 20 bucks on Rosecraft's website right now. And it's a slicer. It's slicing nicely. I think I'm awake. I'm fairly sure I'm awake right now. Oh shit, man. Jason coming up here getting real. We've been at this for 30 minutes. Like, the stream is still fresh. You know, dreaming of cutting cardboard for hours would be so much better than dreaming about work. Go in there, tell them they got to pay me for that shit. That'll happen a lot. Like, I'm dead ass asleep and fucking my brain's stuck on work. Like, you son of a bitch. Yeah, so the factory edge on this wasn't good at all, and I think that was a problem from the factory, not because of Rosecraft. The edge on the other the other 5 Rosecrafts I had have been pretty decent, but this one was bad. That's what I'm doing. Space heater was getting to be too much. There go waffles. Your day of reckoning has come. I do not have a double safe hunter. Maybe somebody here does. Like, I was kind of hoping that the factory edge just had a really bad burr on it causing the problems, but I don't think so. We'll find out in about 25 minutes here when we check the edge on the copy paper. You know, if there is a burr, we've definitely knocked it off by now. Yes, I'm poor. What the hell? I've been telling you I'm poor. Every live stream. What's up with the giveaway question, boss? What you got for me? I'm so poor I can't even afford a ticket to get on the struggle bus. Fook, there's like 3 conversations happening at once right now, man. Well, if your wife sees this live stream, you're in trouble. You could proxy for somebody else. That would be just fine. Actually, we do that once in a while in other giveaways. Like, if somebody's giving away a knife that I don't care for, but I enter, I'll proxy for somebody and just say, hey, I'm gonna, if I win this, it goes to, and then I drop the name. Yeah, there's a city near me where, at least at one point in time, it was a law on the books that you had to own a gun. Entity Gaming, what is up? Welcome, welcome, welcome. The armbar is one that I am not familiar with. I know I've seen them before, but I don't own one. I haven't bought much in the way of Gerber, especially not after the quadrant and the jukebox. I have several pair frames. Everybody likes those. Everybody likes pair frames. Which I didn't put the pair frame on the table tonight. I just didn't want to risk it. I'm tired and just felt like giving myself something decent. So I got one of the 2 knives that I wanted tonight. Luke, thank you so much, man. Yeah, so I don't have like anything to add in that department, just because my last couple of Gerber experiences were quite disappointing. So I don't really have a lot to say about Gerber. I haven't bought any of their more expensive stuff, but the budget stuff, oh god. It's like Gerber and Kershaw, especially, are about 10 years behind on the budget knife game. They're still making stuff like it was a, still making stuff like it was 2004. All right, watch it, loves. You're about to get banned for that shit. I do not put up with that around here. Yeah, that's just, and I think it's just the equipment they're making it on and all that stuff hasn't been updated, and it would cost so much to update that, and people are going to buy them anyways. Luke, we're going to be at least 4 hours into this. Maybe longer, depending on how long I can hold up physically. Like, the live streams normally end at about the 4 hour mark, because physically that's all I can take. After 4 hours, I'm falling apart and getting unsafe. Don Bond, what's up? So this is the Rosecraft Blades Castoria. If you go to Rosecraft's website, they have these for $20 right now while they're unloading their old inventory. So we've got a button lock here that closes it, a flipper tab to open it. We got like a 4-inch long blade on here. I like this thing. I carried it for a week and it was great. Now, that being said, you may want to sharpen it when you get it. The Rosecraft factory edges are okay, but they're not the best I've had. They're not going to keep up with like cold steel or anything like that. Well, yeah, so I was at Blade Show and I dropped by the Rosecraft table and I saw this and I had to get it. So I do have one of these for the 2K giveaway when that happens. Like, I liked it enough that I bought a second one to give away to you guys. So if you guys haven't subscribed yet, try to win yourself something cool. Dude, it started off dull. I mean, that's the thing, is it's like it's not different from where it was when it started. The cardboard on this box kind of sucks. That's part of it. This cardboard just kind of sucks. It was frozen, and then it thawed out, so it picked up a bunch of moisture. So it's not necessarily ideal for cutting. However, when I grabbed these boxes, I didn't have a ton of them saved up. I mean, a lot of stuff, especially now, even the cheap ones, are, all right, Luke, enjoy the rest of your evening then. If we see you, we see you. But like, budget knives right now, especially modern budget knives, you're getting steels that can hold an edge for a good little while. You'll start seeing the edge retention issues whenever you start really wailing on them, cutting up chunks of wood and, going through, dirty rubber hoses and stuff like that. All right, folks, see you in a bit, man. But I don't even know what the hell I was just saying. To enter the giveaway is just when we hit 2,000 subscribers, be subscribed and then comment on the video announcing the giveaway and when the drawing's going to be. And that's it. It's nothing complicated, but you do have to be in the continental U.S. That's the only kick in the nuts. No, sir. Both sides of the knife are not sharp. I would not be carrying something like this with a sharpened edge sticking out of the back. But just a guess. Hi, how you doing, man? Love Z, like, you're obsessed with the spoon. I'm not sure you're not on heroin. I hate tip down, but we all live in sin. No, I really don't like carrying tip down. Like, it comes out of the pocket and I've got to flip it over and then open it. When I'm so used to opening tip up, it's not funny. I end up hating the experience by the end of the day. And I just feel like tip up carry is so much better. Like, and tip down is also the mark of the beast. You get into like the cheap knives, they're all tipped down and they all got the same garbage ass pocket clip on them. Like, that's how you can tell you're in for a bad time. But what the hell is it? Yeah, I'm just going completely blank on everything. Yeah, like, and of course the Ozark Trail, you've seen what the edge retention is going to be on it, so you already know. If you want to play around sharpening it, you definitely have fun with that little guy. But that is definitely an abuse and abandoned knife. If you got to snap the tip off prying something out of a weird spot to get yourself out of a pinch, bye forever. Brother, I don't think I'll ever afford a $1,200 knife. However, congratulations. I am sure you are ecstatic about that purchase. No, I am not scared of having a button lock in my pocket. Yeah, no, try that thing out. Let me know how it goes. When you've got a button lock and it's in your pocket, the hem of your pants is up against this blade. So even if you press the button, it's not going to open all the way and really put you at risk of getting hurt. However, this one, it only closes with the button lock. The button lock won't let it open. It's a weird design, but it's a good design. I like it. Well, I mean, we thought he was going to quit getting stabbed, but here we are. That is yet again another one I'm not familiar with, but that's okay. I know I've seen other blade styles like this or blades like this, but I can't remember what the style is exactly outside of drop point. It's kind of a Xiphos shape. But all right, Gabriel, see you in a bit. Oh, I love me a good flipper tab. Like, unless you're dealing with a hard use knife, something that really is going to take a ton of abuse, the button lock, or the flipper tab is possibly the best way to go about opening a knife. However, you don't get a flipper tab with a triad lock or anything, so this kind of gets rolled out. Let me take a look at the Militar real quick. I haven't handled it, so I'm only going off of looks. That's why I haven't handled one. It's like 143 bucks. Everything on it looks nice enough. I like the pocket clip. I like the shape. I like the blade shape. Looks like a flat grind on it. It looks like it's got everything going for it. Oh, nice. So you have either bearings or washers in a knife. All right, your bearing is going to be for really smooth, fast action. When you have washers on the knife, it's one of two reasons. It's either to cut costs or it's for working in a really dirty, nasty environment where bearings would get messed up. Yeah, we thought Love Z was going to get a quit getting stabbed today, but he had to go and break that. Combo breaker from hell. Man, I wish this edge wasn't so bad out of the box. I just want to know how hard you sent that to break the tip off in a stab-proof vest. That's got to be a good story. Well, I stuck it in the sheetrock wall and got a running start and jumped as hard as I could. Stuff happened, but I'm okay. Only lost a half a pint of blood. Alright, let's see if there's some cardboard this thing likes a little bit more than those boxes. We can go back to the wrist boxes. Yeah, like I'm not partial to I'm partial to ball bearings, but like washers are just fine as long as it's not like screwed down so tight that you can hear the knife when you open it. If it's tuned well, washers feel about as good as bearings do. Well, I put it in the ground point up and just fell on it. The vest worked fine, but nothing else went right. I do like how much Love Z is screwing around here. This makes it fun. We know you're screwing around with this, but it's entertaining. Oh my God. The other day, I don't know if I'd already talked about this or not. I don't remember when in relation to the last live stream it was, but we had a we got a little huddle every morning and every evening to get the guys together and go over stuff work related. And so I was just screwing around. I'm like, everybody gets together and I hold up the paper like I'm about to start reading it, and it's like, and by the way, it's Alfredo's birthday today, and everyone starts clapping and cheering. And I was like, I'm messing with you. He's like, no, it's my birthday. So like we all freaked out, and he had me going for a good minute, and I was like, hey, he's just screwing with me. And yeah, I know it's easily another month out, but just imagine if I would have been right. You know, and I'm not going to lie. I thought that because the liners were not crowned at all or anything, that this was going to chew my hand up, but so far, nothing. Dude, your cat's going to love that Microtech. Yeah, but his cat's worth more than $340. It's a cat. But there's a lot to be said for, especially for older designs from before moderns really took over, because those designs had like decades and decades and decades of development and fine tuning, and you know, figuring out what works and what doesn't. You know, because it's kind of like there was only so much you could do until, you know, modern knives came in and kind of took over. Trust me, I like, at some point I'm going to go looking for something that is like ancient, like 100+ years old, and get that sharpened up and do this to it. I just need it to be not in great shape so it's not expensive. That's a good question. Did the cat also get a stab-proof vest? We need to know. Dude, as many times as you've been stabbed now, the cat has to have been in the line of fire at least once, man. You gotta look out for that thing. Yeah, or one, like, if you're not getting stabbed, someone else is getting stabbed. You don't want it to be the cat. You know, you got your cat gets stabbed, and you got that big bag of cat food you just bought sitting there, and you can't use it for anything. Like, complete waste of money. Well, no, if you count stabbing yourself a few minutes ago, you're up to 3. That was a fast mall trip, Lulu. It ain't even been 30 minutes. It's like, I'm going to walk into the mall, turn around, and walk back out. The parking lot was more interesting anyways. Actually, I will say, once you start hitting middle age, the mall is no longer exciting. Like, if I had a nickel for every time you got stabbed, I'd have 3, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened 3 times. So, Samuel, welcome back. So I've got 3 different ways to sharpen. I've got the Work Sharp Precision Adjust, I've got the Work Sharp Kin Onion Belt Grinder, and I've got a cheap block from Harbor Freight that I can actually get a knife really sharp off of. And I got strops. Would you have someone just tape the knife to the cat and then throw it at you? Yeah, sharpening is really enjoyable, but I'm not good at freehanding it yet. Like, I can get a good edge, but it don't look the best. Yeah, I'm fine with cats. So the heat treatment is going to be different for each kind of steel. At least the proper heat treatment. Like 8CR13 is not going to be heat treated the same as M390, which won't be treated the same as Crewware, which won't be the same as MagnaCut. Which is part of why the super steels start getting expensive, is that heat treatment is super complicated. And so that's where some of the cost comes in. And some of it's just the tax for it being a super steel. But, you know, there are some steels like 15N20, 1095, 1080, 1085. You can do basically the same heat treatment on them and it'll work. But you get into stainless stuff and that heat treatment can get real complicated real fast. Karambits are okay, but I don't have any because they don't they don't do the job I need them to. It's like butterfly knives, I don't have those. They don't do what I need them to. Not necessarily. It's not necessarily the cost that defines the quality of the steel. It's more of, part of it's what job you need it to do. You know, part of it's the job you need it to do. What's the best steel for that job, and what's your price point and all that. But, yeah. So, you can, like, I can very easily sharpen my blades and have no burr whatsoever left behind. Your edge geometry is your difference maker. You know, what angle is that edge ground? Is it a good angle for that particular steel? Like, all that's what matters. But yeah, now, better steels can start getting expensive. You know, it's like, there are steels that are expensive as hell. But, yeah, like, if you're not out there beating your knife to death on, you know, God knows what, or doing really nasty jobs with it, honestly, D2 will get you by just fine. 8CR will get you by just fine. You know, if I sharpened it well, you know, what the hell was I saying? You know, if I sharpened it to the right angle, 3CR13 would last me a long time. But yeah, Blade Show was amazing. Like, so much cool shit happened there. No, the cardboard gets recycled. But yeah, Blade Show, I walked out of there between what I bought and what a couple of my friends gave me while we were all there. I walked out with like 24 knives, and yeah, just the whole thing was awesome. Yo, yeah, dude, I got plenty from the show. This came from the show. If you go back and look, there are 2 Blade Show haul videos that have everything on them. There's the Blade Show Friday haul video and the Blade Show Sunday haul video that goes over everything that I brought home. I don't have it all right here right now. That being said, in a little bit, if you want to, check out the Blade Show haul videos. Like, trying to get 20 knives together in one group to show on a live stream is a lot. Okay, let's get the Moonshine of Doom out and get this blade cleaned off and see whether or not we just took a burr off or the factory edge is just that bad. Oh, dude, 154 cm? Jesus, that was 8 hours of wear and tear on that one. First things first, let's see how well this cut's healed up. Oh yeah, we're good now. Yeah, like, it's good knowing that the steel you bought can take that kind of stuff, but, I mean, are you really going to be putting it through all that? You know, are you going to be chopping small trees down with your knife? Are you going to be stabbing a car with it? You know, it's nice to know it could do that, but it doesn't really help you. KO Knives, what's up? Oh, there's about 1 billion good outdoor knives for camping. You know, if you're looking at a folding knife, Cold Steel AD10 all the way. The 4MAX Scout will take care of you. Like, Cold Steel's where you go for a good camping folding knife. The Mora. This right here. Fantastic knife for camping and doing other stuff. Like, this thing is... It's got a legendary reputation for a reason, and this is the Mora Carbon. Yeah, the Kaiser Mini Roach vanished. Okay, let's see if the edge really changed any. It did not. It's exactly where it was when we started. So there wasn't a big burr being knocked off. It's just a bad factory edge. Remind me to go to the factory and yell at whoever's sharpening stuff. Because I think the guy sharpening stuff mentally checked out because his wife is sleeping with the guy that does quality control at Gerber. That's got to be what's happening. Well, to be fair, I bounced back from the Mini Roach with the AD15 light. I paid about the same as I paid for the Roach. Not a little bit more, but not a ton. Nice. I know Pucos tend to work pretty good, at least according to Dutch bushcraft knives. But I am currently saving up a few cents at a time for the Cold Steel Mayhem. And then the super chats are all going to the community-funded edge sharpness tester. And no, there are ways to cheat that thing, but there are also ways to get consistent, reliable results out of it. You know, if you take your time, you go slowly, you put a sane amount of pressure on it instead of just shoving through it real fast, you can get a pretty good results. No, they let the blind apprentice go at it with a dull chisel. Yeah, I was like, I thought maybe the edge was kind of funky like that because, you know, Rosecraft wanted something that was going to hold up and not, you know, change over a lot of use. But the other ones I have are significantly better. And they're all consistent. They all feel like the same edge across all 5 of the other, or all 4 of the other ones. Yeah, Chef Rocky C, you have got just about everything in existence. But no, like, I got to handle a Mayhem at Blade Show, and I found out that I wanted it even more than I thought I did. I think he's trying to find his lost fingernail, Palmer, is what's happening right now. Where's the insanity cardboard? We got something right here. What's the crush test on this? What? I think we have 95 pound, yeah, 95 pound crush test right here. Hi, Amelia. So we have got some proper insanity cardboard right here. All right. Now, let's see how this thing slices. I do not have the canary. I have no idea who makes it. That one does not sound familiar at all. Well, we're going down on more Ritz boxes until they're gone, is what we're doing. Oh, you know what? I've heard of it. I've heard of the QSP Canary, now that you mention it. That sounds very familiar. Samuel, do you want to pick a figure out? We still got Frankenstein, Ninja, Robot, Mummy, Knight, Alien, or Scuba Guy. Frankenstein, Ninja, Robot, Mummy, Knight, Alien, and Scuba Guy. All right, we'll do the Mummy. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is, like, guys will ask what I think about a bunch of different knives, and what I have is a very random mix. Like, I can't chase down every single knife to review because I'm paying for them out of pocket. You know, I'm not getting sent stuff for free to review. The channel ain't that big yet. Yeah, your meteorite steel has got to be in a San Mai construction or Damascus with a cutting edge forge welded onto it. And even then, meteorite's really hard to work with. According to what I've seen from guys that have tried to work with it, it's real hard to keep it from crumbling. All right. You guys get the Mummy. Well, for like the 90th time, we're just testing edge retention on a knife. But yeah, like, we don't have stuff getting sent here. At least not right now. I can't afford to begin to pay for the monthly on a PO box. But sorry, the wife's pinging me. I usually do this every week when the schedule allows. I mean, it's bench made, so it's going to be at least some kind of good. It's not like they make garbage. But the only bench mades I have are my 2 bug outs, and that's it. So outside of that, I'm spitballing guesses. I know it's a decent knife, but I've been too scared to carry it very much because I don't want to drop it. I need to carry it, but right now I got so many review knives that I got to carry that I'm not going to get a chance to. I will say my other experience with M390 on the Kaiser Cyberblade, very disappointing. The grind on that blade is garbage. Like, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I guess they wanted to make the Cyberblade kind of like the Cybertruck. Looks cool, kind of garbage. Do I even have that down here right now? Cyberblade must be upstairs. Oh well. Well, I mean, I'd definitely test out the M390 on that if it cut worth a shit. But it's like it's really like trying to cut with a hatchet. The grind on that's terrible. And yeah, the Raccoon's a good axis lock. Like, I'm looking forward to carrying my Raccoon prototype, but I'm not looking forward to the possibility of dropping it. Vostides are in the budget-ish range. Like, I think the Raccoon is around $70. Yeah, I got to use my stuff, and that being said, right now I can't until I run out of stuff to carry for reviews. But there's also, you know, like the M390 bug out was a gift from a friend. I do need to carry it because I said I would. And a lot of days when I'm not feeling so great, I'll carry that thing just to feel a little better. But yeah. That wasn't a fun cut. Yeah, and like just about all my knives are users. There's a few of them that just I'm scared of dropping them, honestly. Like the Ritual CRKT, I've carried that thing and I've used it, and that thing is just hideously impractical. The aluminum, I actually plan on carrying that one and doing a proper review on it, even though everybody already knows what the aluminum is and does. It wouldn't hurt to have an aluminum video in the holster. You know, maybe pull some views off of that. Again, right now I've got, once I finish up the week on the steel will, I've still got 19 more knives to go. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, I'm not going to be able to replace that the nice bug out. I'm not going to be able to replace the CF Elite if something happens to it. The aluminum with the Damascus and the shredded carbon fiber scales would be hard to replace. Somebody here knows about the Praxis. I have not handled one, so I don't know. Like I said, you're dealing with someone that's broke and doesn't get stuff sent for free to review, so there's a ton of stuff that I just haven't handled. I do like the CF Elite. I really do. This thing is super lightweight. It carries very well. It works very well. Everything about this is good. I know a lot of people complain about the flex and the scales, but at least mine, there's not really all that bad flex. And I'm not going to put it through anything that could really do a lot of damage. Now, I do need to shorten the lanyard bead up on it a good bit, but I made that one, and I just had to put it on something, so this seemed like the best place for it. So yeah, I do like the CF Elite. It is a nice one. I said that Cold Steel Mayhem is going to be the most I spend on anything for a long time. Ooh, nice! You cannot argue with free. Yeah, it's again, I haven't gotten my hands on QSP yet. The Penguin keeps hitting my list, and I keep forgetting about it when I go to buy something. So it's still sitting there on the list. You know, if I would have found a good deal on one on Blade Show, I would have definitely jumped on it. I will say, I am impressed with how well this thing is cutting with this crappy of a factory edge. Like, with this crappy of an edge, it's still going pretty strong. Now, that being said, when the cuts get too crappy to keep going, we're going to put a 15-degree edge on this and go to town with it. Because I'll bet you with this narrow blade stock and that full flat grind, 15 degrees on this is going to be nuts. Yeah, I mean, it's again, like, when you're dealing with something like that, the scale flex is just part of the price of admission, you know? You'd really have to work to destroy it. So scale flex, let me see if I can find one of the ones that's real bad about it. Oh yeah. So watch this. You can see how far apart the scales are right there. They're touching. They're far apart. They're touching. That's scale flex right there. But it's like you'd really have to be doing something stupid with it for that scale flex to become a problem. Like, that's not what they're designed for necessarily. Like, you'd have to do something real dumb with it. Yeah, we just did the scale flex on that crappy Temu Browning. Yeah, I own the only 2 bug outs I've handled, so I can only tell you about those. I like mine. Emotional support water. Bro, you're telling me, like, I know guys that like knives, but they're not into them. Like, my assistant store manager's into knives, but it's not quite like we are. But I keep hoping they'll hire somebody at work that's like super into them too, so I got something to shoot the shit about. It's like, oh, he'll be impressed by the prototypes. Yay! But yeah, like I don't run into a lot of guys IRL that are super into knives. Like I got, got Bushcraft Outdoors. I'll see him like once a year. Basically, that's all we got time for. Adam for America, him too. He'll be out there once a year. And then like one of my other friends that I normally only see at Blade Show. That's what we got today. We got the orange. Depending on which blades I was getting rid of, hell yeah. There are some budget blades that, I like quite a bit and don't want to get rid of, but, yeah, I mean, if the right trade came up, I'd definitely do it. Yeah, I know, like, the price drop on used knives can be kind of nuts. That being said, I'm doing stuff out of the box from the factory for doing the videos on them, so I can't really dump money into used knives, and I can't really give them a fair review. Like, I could run a used knife, but that won't be the same thing you guys are getting out of the box if you buy one, which, kind of a lack of integrity there. Now, that being said, I don't think anybody in their right mind is trading like a nice high-end knife for a bunch of budget knives. Gabriel, what's going on, man? What's up? I am not too far away from having to change out the boxes, but Let's see, what do we got that'd be interesting to cut? Oh yeah, we can do the Orville. The 32-pound test. You know, like, especially if I'm doing a budget knife too, like, it's got to be in the same state that you guys can buy it in if you like what you see. You know, that's why I don't sharpen them before I carry them. I don't put beads on them. I don't do anything to them. You know, the Cold Steel 4MAX was definitely an exception because I couldn't carry it without doing that. And even then I felt bad about doing it before the video went up. Or before I even did the video. Yeah, this piece of cardboard's seen better days. Sorry, I'm reading the chat and zoning out at the same time. Yeah, as a personal use, yeah, used is perfectly fine, especially, you know, the edge can be worn out because you can just sharpen it. Hey, beautiful. Hey, baby. I mean, customizing a knife is just swapping parts out. Unless you're going to make parts. Which, yeah. Fook, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. But yeah, I mean, customizing a knife, unless you're making the parts yourself, is just buying nice parts and putting them on the knife. That's it. I don't really have anything custom, you know, but if you're talking about full-on custom, you're talking about going to a knife maker and having it made to your specs. Or it's something that was made, you know, one-off. I don't have any of that. Like I said, I got to carry these in the state that you guys would get them if you bought them, so they're not customized. And I'm not too worried about customizing a knife. It's just like, you know, I'm going to spend more money on something that's going to be carried briefly and then thrown in the pile. I have no reason to do that. You know, if I had like 3 or 4 that I rotated all the time, yeah, I'd be looking at buying some nice parts for them. I'll take that back. So this is something that the scales on this were held down with double-sided tape. So I made my own scales out of some really, really nicely figured dogwood that I cut down years and years ago. And that is definitely customized. Where the hell is it? Oh yeah, here we are. So here's another one where that's from the same set of knives, and the scales are double-sided taped on, and I did the resin. I made the scales out of resin for this to replace them. No, I don't have any more. These were just something I did because those are really, really cheap, garbage ass knives from Walmart. They are terrible. Like I said, the closest I get to customizing stuff is I'll make lanyard beads, and that's kind of it. Ooh, nice. Hawkbills are also good for linoleum. That gives you an excuse to put linoleum in your living room. Put linoleum in the garage too while you're at it. Maybe also put linoleum in the garage. I mentioned that. No, linoleum in the attic. Linoleum goes in the attic too. You know, I used to get free lawnmowers like that. Guys couldn't figure out how to fix them, so I'd just be like, they're like, here, you want this? I can't fix it. Yeah. 20 minutes later, it's got a new flywheel key and it's running perfectly. Arkansas EDC, what's going on? We started on the Rosecraft at 5 o'clock, so it's been a little over an hour and a half. Yeah, we have been at it for a minute. The factory edge on this was bad, so we're just seeing how long it takes for the bad edge to wear out, and it's really not wearing any. I guess doing the same as when we started. But dude, just hit Google Images and look up drop point and harpoon point. Like, that'll give you a better answer than I can right now. I don't have any harpoons sitting here that I can reach. But yeah, we're gonna run this until it craps out, and then I'm putting a 15-degree edge on it, and we're going back in, provided I can physically stand going that long. So I got a feeling we got at least another hour or so before the bad edge starts wearing further than it started at. Like, we're still getting a good cut there sideways. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Google Images will tell you exactly what it looks like. I don't have something I can grab to show you right now. Didn't like that cut. You know, like I pointed out earlier, I know some of you guys weren't here for it, but the edges of these liners aren't crowned at all, and I thought that was going to absolutely shred this part of my hand, but nothing. Trying to think of the easy way to explain a burr. When you guys want to take a swing at explaining a burr while I'm drawing a blank here, it's just a little wire edge that comes up when you're sharpening a knife that needs to be broken off, basically. And that's, again, without having like microscopic close-up pictures. Only so much we can do to explain it. Now, if you want to get a look at it under a microscope, Outdoors 55 does a lot of sharpening videos, and you get to see those like at a microscopic level. It's amazing. It's not slightly rolled over. Oh, no, you're talking about the burr. Yeah, little bitty piece of rolled over edge. But yeah, I wish the factory edge would have been better, and I blame the factory quality control for this. Like, I was hoping it was a significant burr that we could wear off doing this, but nah. Well, I think once you start a YouTube channel and start doing this, that's when you really have a problem. That is your Michael Jordan stop, it's time to get help GIF file right there. I'm not sure who popped up there. Alright, let me swap boxes of scrap cardboard out real quick. Oh my god, it hurts to stand up now. I've been sitting there too long. Ah, here's the real Insanity cardboard. Yeah, I mean, it's gliding through this stuff. It's taking next to no pressure. So that should tell you that the grind is good, the geometry is good, but yeah, I don't think this is Rosecraft's fault. I think this is the OEM's fault. I am going to blame the OEM until proven otherwise wrong. Okay, we got some nice... I don't know, we don't have an ECT on this. Oh well. I mean, it's a knife. You can do anything you need to do with a knife with a pocket knife. Okay. Dawn dishwashing liquid, you've committed one too many sins. Time to atone. Yeah, I don't spend a lot of time in the kitchen myself. It's one of those weird things. I extract no joy from the process of cooking, but I'm really good at it. Like Kaiser on the website. So that's where the fun part comes in with a pocket knife. Is you got to clean everything out. Probably have to re-oil it. Well, before all of my inheritance goes to bills, what the hell's that one Kaiser I gotta look up? Not the Milita, the $40 Nitro V dealie with the button lock. What is it? Amicus, there we are. Good looking out. Yeah, no, that's not really on sale. It's still full price. Okay. That's all I needed to know. No, you're good, dude. Like I said, we like answering questions, but there are some where I don't really have a good way to answer them while I'm sitting here on a live stream. Yeah, and there's a lot I don't know. I have not seen the Kaiser Huntsman. Scott PW, what's going on, dude? I understand hyper dogs. Especially when there are two of them in the room and breakable things. Yeah, even on a bad edge, this thing is still slicing like crazy. How many watch hours do I have? Phew. I'm trying to think. I know I'm well over 3,000 now. I'm on my way to 4,000. I'm not sure exactly how many. So I don't have double-edged knives because I don't have a good way to carry them. So we haven't done this with a double-edged knife. But if we do go in on something like that, we're going in on a single edge to see how that wears out. Cutting with both sides, trying to balance that out, ain't worth the time. It's like we've done a traditional with a traditional with two separate blades on it, and we just went in on the one because, you know, I just needed to know how one of the edges would hold up. I wasn't about to sit there and do two of them. I know I've seen the Squidward before, but it's been a long time. But yeah, the Amicus can wait. I was hoping it was on, you know, had a pretty good sale price going on, but no. Yeah, your sub count will climb up a little bit. One of the things that has really helped my watch hours is doing these live streams. One stream with decent viewer count will pull anywhere from 30 to 45 hours of watch time generally. Like the last one where I spent the extra time, it was like 1,200 viewers and some ridiculous like 80 hours of watch time. But if you're going to have a live stream, you got to have something to do. What knife is the most awkward to use? This piece of shit. Like, everything about this thing sucks. It's not comfortable to carry. It's not comfortable to use. If you're going to use the flipper tabs, it's incredibly unsafe. It all around sucks. And we tried to do cardboard slayer on it, and the ergonomics are so bad that I gave up after the first hour. Like, I was done. But yeah, fantasy designs, those are really bad. Like, Mall Ninja knives are also really bad. But when you end the live stream, it should show you a screen when you click done that tells you your watch hours, concurrent viewers, max viewers, all that. And now that I've been able to turn supers on, everything is sitting in there waiting from YouTube. It's got to add up to $100 or more, and I'm waiting for them to mail me a PIN number so that I can put that in where I verify my address. It's so damn many hoops to jump through. Yeah, so I've got a 10-foot charging cable running from my outlet up the ring light holder into the back of the phone. My shit ain't dying. Brother, just hit Google Images and look it up, dude. Like, I mean, that's what I do. Is either I'll open up Amazon and look it up, or just Google it. That's one that I don't have. Okay, there we go. Yeah, like you want to see some real awkward stuff, look up the old Frost cutlery designs from back in the day. Like, I do kind of want to get one of those and do this to it. But I get the feeling that's not going to be a fun one. I hate when it does that. Scares the hell out of me every time. Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing is back then, you know, I was like 12, 13 years old looking at Frost cutlery stuff going, that is awesome. But it's like, that also looks like a bad knife. Like the scales on those things with that multicolor laminate dyed wood looked amazing. But yeah, like when I'm 12 or 13 and can tell a knife's not going to be that good, it's not that good. This is the first I'm hearing about the Kershaw Brawler. So I don't really follow Kershaw too much. It's kind of like with Gerber. The stuff I have is low enough quality that's like I'm not that impressed. I don't have any of their high-end stuff. All right, Punisher, see you in a bit. My most weakest knife, I'm not sure how I would judge that, I'll be honest. Like, what are you asking about? Like, weakest edge retention or something like that? Because I haven't been at a point where I've broken anything in years. Everything I've got's been doing just fine. Oh, the weakest handle? Again, I don't know. Everything I've got's pretty good, all things considered. Like, this might be the weakest handle I've got. You got some really crappy fiber. The liners are paper thin, and watch this. Like, that might be the weakest one that I've got. And that thing was like either $4 or $7 from Temu. Yeah, like, I prefer having some good solid liners in there. Like, these liners are plenty beefy. They're plenty beefy. This thing ain't going nowhere. Titanium, it'll oxidize a bit, but it doesn't really corrode. At least as far as I know. Green Munoz, what's up? I hope I pronounced that right. I like it. I really like this design. But yeah, I can see it's not for everybody. That's definitely definitely not for everyone. But welcome. Are you doing me dirty like that, Fook? You're tearing this family apart. You know that, right? It's your fault Mom drinks. I think you're talking about the wrong mom there, Fook. I think we might be getting somewhere. This is starting to get hard to push through. That's what she said. Oh yeah, kukris are fun. So some handles feel really uncomfortable. This one doesn't. We've had a lot that were okay. This one's actually doing really good. So the gap right here between the liners normally chews up this part of my hand. You can kind of see where there's like calluses and all that stuff right through here. That will get torn up. This one's not doing that, thank God. This one's doing really, really well. But some handles, yeah, they're really uncomfortable. You know, we've had a couple that were so bad, I just threw them back and moved on to a different one. But it takes a really bad handle for me to do that. Fook, do you want to pick a figure out? We're about to check the edge and give my hand about 3 minutes here to rest. Right, I have handed you great responsibility. Now you just take the blade out and hit it with a grinder. Real simple. We've seen all of them. Like, they pretty much all show up on a live stream. We've done the Grim Reaper and the Mummy so far, but you got the rest of them open. Yeah, with the night, we can try up, down, till we get a song. Let's lower the property value. Come on, we need a good song. There we are. All right. Let's see how bad the edge still is. It feels a little bit more worn than it did. Not by much. Hey, that one actually worked. Let's try the cardstock out. Oh man, that is so bad. Like, this edge was so bad starting off. Doesn't feel that different from when we started, but God, the OEM messed that up so bad. All right, it's time for the emotional support caffeine. All right, Fook, see you in a minute, man. Appreciate you. But yeah, it feels like the edge angle on this is fantastic. And the thin blade stock and the flat grind is really, really carrying a lot of weight here because the edge just ain't doing it. Yet again, we're on another knife that I am absolutely unfamiliar with. And again, like, I don't follow Kershaw that closely just because, again, my last couple of experience with them have been disappointing. Your cousin is Love Z, isn't he? Now, where the hell's evasive floppy disk? This is like 2 streams he's missed. I guess we should see if we can summon evasive floppy disk, see if he pops up. Ka-chow! Maybe that'll bring him in. We're never going to find out why. This mystery is unsolved. Yeah, I'd love to say something about that, but I know guys like that. We had one guy in my old neighborhood. who would for a while there, he'd be walking through the neighborhood with like one shoe on, missing his jacket, like face all jacked up. And he kept going to hang out with the same people because like they do lines of blow or something like that, and they decided to jump him and roll him over for everything he had after they got high. He just kept going back. Ah, stop doing that. Okay, why were the 3 fences in his boxers, though? Oh, that is a bitch. What? What do you think, guys? Should we call it as wiped out and sharpen it? What do y'all think? Okay, so we are going to call this at 2 hours as wiped out. Like, you can still do that cut, but this is definitely worn. So let's get the kit out. Let me get the gunk off of this real fast. Yeah, I mean, it's dull, and it started out dull, you know? Like, I just wanted to see how it handled this starting off with such a bad edge, and honestly, I'm kind of impressed. Because, like, this edge on any other knife that we've done probably would have lasted about an hour. So, I mean, I'm really impressed with what it did on that bad factory edge. And like I said, I'm going to straight up blame the OEM for that. Alright, so let's go back up to 15 degrees. Yar. Let's get the magic box and the mat out. And I can pretty much guarantee you this is going to be one of the best slicers that we've had on here as soon as it's sharp. I can guarantee you. Let's bring y'all. Yep. Sorry, I'm trying something new. I'm trying to see if I can give myself a little bit more room to work without hitting this thing constantly. That should be a lot better for this. There she blows. Oh, yeah. No, they were giving them away at Blade Show, and I was going to get a second one and totally forgot. And then Bushcraft Outdoors said he had a second one that he'd give me, and then we totally forgot about that too. And I mean, honestly, or no. Did he give me a second mat? I don't remember. If I've got a second mat, it's laying here somewhere, and I forgot that I have it. Yeah, I can feel it grabbing and tearing the marker on that edge. Well, I'll tell you what doesn't feel like being a poser. It was free 99, the right price. And like, I had just bought one of those silicone masks you put a dog bowl on, hadn't used it yet. But I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're sharpening like this, grab you some kind of mat. What grit am I using? Retype that one. You lost me there. You mean grit? The grit on this is 220. Okay, how are we looking here? Yeah, so this sharpening system starts out at 220 grit and goes up to 800. And then we're going to strop the piss out of it. Yeah, we saw where you typed that earlier, Scott. All right, we're going to switch over to the other side. I'm not feeling a significant burr, but we haven't felt a burr on the last few knives we've done. So I'm thinking here, you know, I've got that Sativian ST155 to give somebody at Blade Show if they spot me and recognize me. I should probably put a 15-degree edge on that thing just to really cement it as part of the channel's lore. It looks to be about a well-matched edge. Give it one more pass. More like keto unfriendly, am I right? All right. Now on to 320 grit. All right, Scott, I appreciate you being here, man. I definitely appreciate your time. Yeah, I'd make jokes about share now or get kicked, but that's not a good look. These are diamond stones, so they're gonna last a really long time. Like I've got 10 on mine, but these diamond stones tend to last years. And this thing's done a bunch of sharpenings, and it doesn't feel like there's any wear at all on them, really. I know when you've got diamond stones, you got to break them in a little bit. So like your first 6 or 8 sharpenings are just breaking the stone in and getting rid of all the loose diamond particles that are in the nickel plating. But the nice thing is if you do damage them, they do sell extra sets. Yeah, well, if you win a Cold Steel Mayhem, that better be coming my way. I will claim Prima Nocta on that bitch. Yeah, if you're not good at freehand sharpening like I'm not, this will cover your ass. Oh yeah, no, this thing is worth every single penny. Like, I've got the Elite, all right? This was just shy like 120 bucks. You can buy the baseline for about 50 bucks. And that only comes with 3 stones and not like the full set. So, you know, by the time you buy those extra stones and the kit, it ends up being about 120 anyways, all in. So you might as well buy the Elite. I can't afford the Pro. That's like 250 bucks, but honestly, that's just some extra conveniences that you don't have here. Not a big deal at the end of the day. Like, I've got plenty of cold steels. I'm not greedy either. It's just if it's the Mayhem, sorry, I got to. Oh yeah, because you shot me that link to the Dead South that one time. It's like, when the hell did I get your email address? That shows you how absolutely useless my memory is. Yeah, and see, that was the thing that I looked at too when I was saving up for this thing. Was I saw the base model, I'm like, ooh, $50. And then buying the extra stones to complete this thing was still putting you right at $120. I was like, well, why bother? I know we had some guys here at one point that were waiting on getting them for one of these for Father's Day, but I can't remember who it was. Which, if he didn't pop up and say, hey, guess what they got me, then it didn't happen, apparently. Yeah, we got in 2 hours on that shit factory edge, which was thoroughly impressive, but we had to break down and sharpen it. I keep showing feet to get a evasive floppy disk in here, but it ain't working. All right, you out of here, Midnight? I definitely appreciate you being here, and as always, I appreciate your time. You could have spent it anywhere, and you chose to waste it here. Yeah, you too, man. Have a great night. Oh, this thing is going to slice so good. It's going to be so good. I've got to make a spot for this thing somewhere nearby. KO, no worries, dude. I'm glad you're still here. You've heard what is happening and what we're doing. Ugh. That'll do. All right, so if you haven't seen one of these before, this is what comes off of it before you strop. I'm still not happy. But we do have a burr. So let's get rid of the burr and polish this bitch. This is D2. So if we would have had a good factory edge on this, it probably would have gone for a good 4 or 5 hours straight and probably shown very minimal edge wear. Yeah, so that's off of the no, it's this is D2 steel. And I put a 15-degree edge on it, not an 18. I said, if this would have had a good edge on it from the factory, a clean edge, we probably could have gone the entire live stream without even thinking about sharpening it. So I am very impressed with this thing, that even with that bad factory edge, it took that much cutting. And even then, I probably could have pushed it further and got back to clean cuts again, but so the 18 degrees, it's just a little more obtuse. It won't slice as nicely, but it will wear down slower. That's the major difference. Thank you, Dom. So I go up to 800 grit and then do the ceramic stone on that, and then I've got this drop at something like 24 down to 14 micron. These have got diamond paste in them, and I ain't even done yet. We still got more stropping to go. This edge ain't done. Like, if you're going to sharpen, get yourself a good strop setup. If you want to do it on the cheap, you can get the diamond paste I'm using for about 10 or 11 bucks on Amazon. As long as you got a couple of strops, you can set yourself up really nicely. Like, yeah, you could do a great sharpen going to 600, then knocking the burr off and stropping. I've done that. But I've got all the stones. I'm going to use all the stones. I'll tell you what, though, when I can afford to get the Precision Adjust Professional, y'all better watch out. Although when I buy that, they're going to be, Worksharp will be 2 weeks away from releasing a much better version than the one I just bought. Just wait and see. I said, I think they just turned a blind apprentice loose on it with a rusty chisel. So now I'm down to 2.5 micron on my strop on that diamond paste. I know some guys like to go all the way down to 1, and I would go down to 1 micron if I had another surface to strop with. However, I am out of stropping surfaces now. At some point when I can afford to buy some more strops. Nameless EDC, what is going on, man? Trust me, Dom, we have been using these strops and this sharpener for a hot minute now. I know exactly what I'm doing with them. But the edge, let's see if I can get the light on it properly. The edge is nice and shiny. So we've got the Rosecraft Blades Castoria right here. And with the bad factory edge that it came with, we still got a good 2 hours out of it before it wore down enough to be worth sharpening. So thoroughly impressed there. And we just sharpened it to 15 degrees. And yeah, she is sharp, sharp, sharp. Oh, believe me, I love sharpening too. Like, you know, for the longest time, I didn't have good sharpening equipment. I hadn't learned how to freehand sharpen. So I was going to a bench grinder with the gray stone, zipping it on there, stropping it by dragging it through a piece of wood and going right back to work with it. Given the nature of the work I was doing and all that, it worked out pretty fine. But you talk about like making someone into, like making a knife guy go, yeah. That's how you do it. So we're going to start cutting again in a minute here. I'm going to let my hand rest, and we are going to have fun with this now. I said that edge is good and polished. Yeah, that's what I was saying. As soon as I buy the Pro, as soon as I buy it, they're going to release a much better version. But the Pro, it doesn't just have some nicer accoutrement, but the stones that are on it, they're magnetically, like you put them on magnetically, and they're wider and faster to sharpen with, and you can buy more stones for it that aren't specifically from Worksharp, from what I understand. Because, yeah, believe me, when I was at the Worksharp booth at Blade, I definitely looked at it. As I walked by, I'm like, this table is nothing but, hey, this one's nicer than the one I got at home. The whole table. All right, so we can bring y'all back down a little bit. I think we're about at normal level. Maybe not. Tell you what, we're not, though. We're not at the right distance. That's the one thing about having to move this stuff around to get that sharpener under there. Real hard to get it back to exactly right again. Right? Like, I'd love to be able to jump on it as soon as it releases, but yeah. Okay, give me one more second here for some emotional support caffeine. You know, I've seen where it's possible to do recurves on this using the edge of the stone, but I'm going to have to try it on something cheap. Where is it? I was going to say this might be a good one, but it's not a recurve, so it'll be easy to sharpen back up. Okay. Back at it. Let's see how this thing slices now. It's cutting a little too easy. So the wider contact point will sharpen significantly faster. It's not just that. All right, the stones that you saw are proprietary to that system. All right, that means the only stones you can buy are from Worksharp, and they don't sell other grits on there. Like, I'd love to have a coarser grit. The 800 grit's fine. I can sharpen it up to a mirror or polish it to a mirror afterwards. But so it's not just the wider stones, it's that you can buy stones from a lot of other makers that'll go on there. Yeah, Shapton, you can also buy the other one that Outdoors 55 recommends for like 20 bucks. You know, and like I said, I've got a block that I can practice on. Until I get really good on that and start getting better edges than this off of what I have, or at least as good as, I'm not spending money on more stones. I don't have the money to spend on it. But we're going to call this started at 7:35. And so we'll check it at about 8:35. All right, brother. See you in a bit. Yeah, like, so I looked at some of the $35 to $50 fixed angle sharpening systems that are on Amazon right now. And unfortunately, like, we had a guy in the chat that has a couple of those, and he said the factory stones are garbage and they dish out almost immediately. Like, they just slap out on your first couple of uses. So I had to pass on that because I was going to do videos on that and see if I could find something that's good for you guys on a really tight budget. Fook, you shut your filthy pirate whore mouth. Yeah, you sit there and think about what you did. Your face is a pull-through sharpener. Although I will say we actually did something with that Bavarian edge. That was funny. Well, that was the funny thing. You missed it like 3 or 4 streams ago. I got the Bavarian edge out and we actually sharpened something a bit on it. Like, it actually worked. I don't think it was going to turn a credit card into a tomato slicer, but it actually did something to an edge. But yeah, I will say, like, I already knew pull-through sharpeners are bad, and there's a couple of electric sharpeners I bought before I knew better that are also bad. There's not enough grit there or enough anything there to really do any good besides mildly sharpen an edge that's already kind of sharp. But like, watching the Outdoors 55 videos on those was definitely a bit eye-opening to just how bad they actually were. Because they are actually quite bad. Did I mention how much I love seeing a mirrored edge on these things? Like, there's something cathartic. Oh, stop saying that. You're beautiful. But there's something cathartic about putting a mirrored edge on a $20 knife. I mean, we mirrored the edge on a $13 Kershaw filter, so we're not ashamed of what we're doing here. If it ain't got fingerprints on it, it ain't being used. And this is another night where I can't go to sleep until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. As I opened today, I'm off tomorrow, so I got a chance to get myself kind of prepped to close for the rest of for next week. But oh boy, we're gonna see how long I can actually take. I have put a couple of fixed blades through the gauntlet, but they're fixed blades that I made. So I was testing out how good my heat treatment was and how good my grind was, which, I'm not good at making knives, so, you know, do with that what you will. But it's, again, like, I can't carry fixed blades at work, so I don't use them. I don't do reviews on them. You know, and the Cardboard Slayer Gauntlet is definitely part of the review process. You know, not only is it, you know, an extra video for me, but it's also a chance to showcase what these things can really do in a harder use environment. You know, cardboard will wear an edge out. And, you know, nobody in their right mind is going to spend 5 hours cutting cardboard nonstop for any other reason than this anyways. So it does give you some kind of metric for how good the steel is, how good the edge is, how good the blade geometry is. Like, there's a lot to learn from this. Well, cardboard dust is finally getting to me, guys. My nose is running like crazy. So yeah, like if I worked in an environment where I could carry a fixed blade and really put it to good use, I would. But you know, I got to go into work, dress business casual, and a fixed blade hanging off my belt ain't gonna fly. I don't think technically I'm supposed to be carrying most of the knives that I'm carrying to review, but no one says anything. They don't really care. I think policy caps it at like 3 inches. At least I heard someone say that. I don't know how true that is, but yeah, we're at the time of night where everyone gets real quiet. It's the ASMR part of the evening. All right, this cardboard didn't like being cut on the old edge. Let's see how it likes the new edge. Evasive floppy disk. Where are you, man? Oh, speaking of Gabriel, you want to pick a figure out? We got Scuba Guy, Alien, we got the robot, we got the ninja, and we got Frankenstein. In the absence of super chats, we still got to get our figures in there. Okay, we'll do the ninja. We'll get the song out of the ninja. All right, let's lower the property value. We were starting to get a little overdue for that. Oh no, you're good, dude. Like I said, we've hit the part of the night where things tend to start getting a little quiet. You know, stuff will pick up again in a little bit here, but you know, we usually about the halfway mark on the stream, we just hit a bit of a low spot. Everything quiets down and everybody's listening and doing their own thing. Dude, Gabriel, man, thank you so much. Man, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the super chat. Just for fun, as a thanks for what you are doing. That is going to the community-funded sharpness tester. So as soon as we can get that, like, it's still a long way to go to reach that. But every little bit helps, and I greatly appreciate it, man. I can't thank you enough. Because believe me, once we got that sharpness tester, we're going to be able to get so much better data off of this when we're doing it. Like I said, I've still got a few hoops to jump through with YouTube before everything gets finalized. I think it's kind of weird that they have to verify your address, but I guess if they're going to mail you tax forms and stuff like that. And like, I thought about using the super chats to scoop up a mayhem, but I think any knives that we buy with the super chat funds is going to have to be given away. I don't want to give a mayhem. I don't want to give my mayhem away when I get it. I don't. Dude, thanks again. We're going to give you a whole nother figure in just a second here. I said I'm going to have to start keeping like a running tally of what we got. Because I think we were at something like 47 before this stream started. And I think the tester's around 200. But let's give you the scuba guy. If he wants to work right out of the way. All the farts sound wet. Yeah, we'll definitely get there eventually. So 6 month of royalties showed up a few hours ago, and it was like $200 for 6 months worth of royalties building up. So kind of a whole bunch of nothing going on there. And I'm assuming every 3 or 4 months I'll see a deposit for $100 show up. So definitely not what I was hoping for, but you know, I'm also not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. You know, I was hoping it'd be enough to get us back up above water, but it ain't going to do it. Yeah, so I inherited some land in a different part of the country that has oil, natural gas, stuff like that on it. And the rights to that oil and natural gas are leased out, and it pays royalties. And I had 6 months worth of royalties backed up waiting. And apparently in that 6 months, it was just $200. You know, I was hoping it was going to be a few thousand, but nothing. Like, the only thing I've got to be mad about there is I'm sure we're going to be paying some kind of tax on it, and I have no idea if we're actually going to be able to afford to pay the tax on it. You know, that's where it may be a problem. Al Lunacy Queuing, what's going on, man? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have been doing sharpness testing or edge retention testing on this Rosecraft Castoria. And we got 2 hours on a garbage factory edge and then sharpened it up to 15 degrees. Yeah, like I'm glad we figured out that there was a second cycle on each of those, because that made the scuba guy a hell of a lot better. Yeah, we've been chilling for about 3 hours now, just cutting up cardboard and hanging out with you guys. Yeah, like it's better than nothing. Just that being said, if we hit the point where we got to pay a bunch of taxes on that land or inheritance tax, we're in trouble. Righty, what's going on? Oh no. I vaguely remember how many live streams ago were you here? But no, I'm always happy to explain what's going on. You know, and if this knife had gotten a good edge from the factory, okay, yeah, like a month ago, I vaguely remember, but like the way my memory works, stuff doesn't stick for very long. No, like I literally gave myself, well, welcome to the hobby. I am so sorry for what your bank account's about to experience. However, if you want to know more about this one, it is the Rosecraft Blades Castoria. You got a 4-inch D2 steel blade. You've got this handle right here. You got a button lock that'll let it close, but you have to open off the flipper tab. Personally, I'm very fond of this, and they're, okay. Yeah. Yeah, Raider Soccer. I remember Raider Soccer. But these are $20 on Rosecraft's website right now. They're getting rid of them to make room for new inventory and new products. So if you want to get one, now's the time to jump on it. For 20 bucks, it's kind of hard to go wrong. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, so I bought this at Blade Show along with a couple other Rosecrafts, and I've got another one of these, and I've got one of these Stalker Cat, what's up? I've got one of these Rosecraft Pocket Monsters right here to give away at 2,000 subscribers. So, yeah, someone's going to get them. But, no, I don't have any ballad songs. That comes up a lot. But I don't have a good way to carry those and use them at work. And if I can't use them and put them to work, I can't do a fair video on them. So, you know, there's not really a return on the investment in time for me there. But yeah, I got those two, and I got 2 Rough Riders to give away. So once we hit 2,000 subs, we got 4 knives to dish out. Man, that's a nice cut now that I put my own edge on it. We sharpened this thing to 15 degrees, and we put a mirrored edge on it. Like, we mirrored that edge out. So I had a different channel years ago that I spent a while working on. That never got past about 815 subs. And then this channel is a bit over a year old. I can't get the exact dates of my video uploads because I went to look. But it's over a year. I've got stuff in the center console of my truck in case I forget stuff at home. It's just, again, like, right now I have 19 blades to carry and do videos on. So I am set for more than the next 19 weeks. Like, I've already got enough stuff to work through. Now, when I was a lot younger, I had a ballad song, and my uncle, God bless him, he showed me a really simple flourish with it to look cool when you opened and closed it. But that thing broke at the pivot after a few months of me just playing with it nonstop. Now, what surprised me is, like, the last 2 years I've been to Blade Show, there were small groups of like 7, 8, 9 kids that were all under 16. And they're all sitting there playing with the ballad songs. You can hear the clicking from, like, you know, half the room away. And, you know, I'd watch them. They were having fun. They weren't hurting anybody. But this year, like, they had a guard walking through going, "Not in the building. You can't do that in the building. Not in the building." And then, of course, you get up to all the guys that sell ballad songs were in one place in the small room at Blade Show. And the front of that table was nothing but guys standing there clicking them. Yeah, if I had the time and the wherewithal to start learning tricks, you know, I wouldn't mind playing with a good ballad song trainer. But, you know, like, right now, I don't have the desire to throw time at it. My work schedule, it just beats my ass. You know, the reason I'm able to do this is I have days where I'm opening after, you know, like today, I opened at work. I got up at 2 a.m. and went to work to open the store at 4 o'clock. I was there until noon. I came home. I couldn't sleep. I'm still awake. And I've got to be awake till 3 or 4 in the morning because I'm closing when I go back to work. So, like, I've got this evening wide open, so I can come in and do a live stream and hang out with you guys. You know, and at some point next week, I'll be able to do one, which may end up being, it's either going to be Wednesday night or Friday night, although I got to get up at, like, I got to get up and do a mid, like one of the first mids I've had in forever. And so I'm going to have to, next week's going to be a little tricky. So I have to look at the week after, like, I'll have to look at the week after and see if maybe I can squeak one in on Friday. Either that or Wednesday night's going to be a real early one. Like, I'll figure it out. I mean, the thing is like, if I do them too early, you guys can't make it. Or you come in at the ass end of it and miss most of it. Which also ain't the best situation. Moistened, meaty, chicken-flavored dog food, your time has come. I am sure there are. I'm sure there are plenty of kitchen knife channels on YouTube. I wouldn't be familiar with any of them. Kitchen knives aren't my thing. Like, I don't spend that much time in the kitchen. And the handful of knives that I have are just the cheap sets that came in the block. I can't find it, but somewhere I have a Bowie knife I made for the kitchen, which is just a pizza cutter now. It's a badass pizza cutter. But the fucker has disappeared, and I don't know where the hell it is. Like, I'm going to have to tear the kitchen apart to find it. It's like, I set out to make a Bowie knife, and I got a few steps of it wrong. So, like, the blade looks very similar to a Bowie knife, but the handle and the choil going into the end of the blade looks like a kitchen knife. So, and the handle is the size of a kitchen knife handle for something that big. So, and it's also thick as hell. It is a thick little slab of steel. So you got a badass overbuilt kitchen knife that's only good for cutting pizza, basically. Like, it's not going to do any fine cuts. The doughy knife? All right. I see where you went there. That's good. Yeah, so that was the same thing with the Balisong I had. It was dirt cheap. Like, it was gas station grade, but to me, being that young of a kid, it was like the coolest thing ever. Oh, God. This stuff is hard to cut. Jesus. Oh, Rust Fry, the mark of the beast. No, Rost Fry is just something that they put on knives, and it's usually on cheap knives to make them look a little classier. But that's kind of like putting rhinestones on a Juicy Couture shirt. You didn't quite stick the landing there. I think mine said, I think mine might have said stainless Japan or surgical steel. Yeah. No, I've said it before, but actually, I don't know if it's down here, but I may have something that is surgical stainless from back in the day. Yeah, I mean, putting Ross Fry on a cheap knife is like giving Kid Rock a tuxedo. You tried to class it up. You tried. God, Kid Rock. What a fucking mess that guy is. Oh, brother, I've had some of those Rambo survival knives. So I think the last one I got was at an Army Navy surplus store, which it used to be badass. You had all kinds of cool shit for cheap. And the last time I went in there, it was like going into a store in the mall. Like nothing there was a surplus, nothing there was cheap. It was all like, it was all expensive. Can't tell you whether it was quality or not, but it was all expensive. It was just all brand new stuff. It was like walking into a shoe store or walking into a clothing store anywhere. But like I got home and I took the handle apart and I looked inside of it and I saw like a little screw for the tang and a nut screwed in there. I'm like, well, this ain't gonna last long. And it didn't. So now I have an actual Rambo survival knife. Yeah, you might be the youngest guy in the room here, Stalker. Yes, I think all of us are hanging out around the middle of our 40s. Now, I will say, the more I'm thinking about trying to make a small knife with like a 3-inch blade for oh yeah, no, we're all here hanging out and having fun. Like we've had guys that are 11 years old in here. We've had guys that are old as shit in here. But you know, the more I think about trying to make a small knife, something maybe an ass hair bigger than this one, from Leaf Spring, the more I'm wanting to get back in the shop. The more I'm wanting to get back in there and do this. Bro, that surplus store was badass for the longest time. You know, because like, I was just in the area and I wanted to see if there was like, you know, a $25 set of combat boots, like surplus combat boots or something like that. Nope. It was, you know, it was like walking into a clothing store at full retail. Like everything I loved about that place was gone. The soul has been stripped out. I'm wondering if they sold it and someone else took over and just used the name to pull a crowd in. But now, I do wonder, we got a guy that I'm pretty sure is on 3 or 4 different accounts that'll drop by and do some mild trolling. Like, it's entertaining, but you know he's just screwing with everybody. I wonder how old that guy actually is. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, so I picked some stuff up from there a couple of times. The best thing I had was I picked up a gas mask. And I figured out how I was going to turn it into a bong, because of course, and then it got stolen before I could do that. Most of us are. I'm in the southeastern part of the United States, so it's hotter than balls right now. I thought Fook was from Uranus. Yeah! I thought Massachusetts didn't exist. I thought it was a front for witness protection. Fook, what did you do? Actually, no. Some friends of mine and me had this running joke that Minnesota didn't exist because we didn't know anybody from Minnesota. We didn't have anything made in Minnesota. You never heard anything about Minnesota, so we're pretty sure it didn't exist. That's where that witness protection joke came from. I haven't. Yeah. To be fair, Nebraska's pretty valid. I like how I'm speed reading while I'm looking back and forth between my second phone and what I'm doing here. And the last 3 times I've seen Austria, I'm like, cool, Australia. I'd like to go hang out there sometime. I remember when I was a kid being absolutely fucking mystified by characters getting shot on TV shows. I'm like, surely they could not have actually shot somebody for this. Surely. Like, I had to have that explained a couple of times. I think I saw Airplane once, and it was so many years ago that I've forgotten everything about it. Yeah, the horn's in the middle of the steering wheel. Sorry, I saw it and had to run with it. Yeah, I think that's northern Mexico. Although the Texas power grid is straight from communist Yugoslavia. All I know is please tell me it's pronounced Ween. I'll tell you what, though, this thing is slicing nice as hell now. It's got a good edge on it. Emotional support caffeine. I'll tell you what, dude. I will watch the shit out of documentaries on Chernobyl. If it is of interest to you, there are some videos that Kyle Hill did from before things popping off between Russia and Ukraine. He went into Pripyat and went into Chernobyl, and those videos are they're fantastic videos. Honestly, it wouldn't be that much different. Like the cardboard is the difference is it would be harder to maintain the cut sideways because the cardboard would kind of fold in half on me. That's really the big difference. I have made it 3 hours and 30 minutes. And we're a few minutes away from checking to see how the edge held up. Scott PW, what's up? Yeah, like trying to keep the cardboard standing up like this so I can cut it while it's sideways, it would just fold in half. Which is also not safe if I'm holding the cardboard while it folds in half and the knife goes in a direction I don't want it to. Kelly Boy, what's going on, man? Welcome back. So if you're just getting here, we are doing the Rosecraft Blades Castoria right now. If you look at Rosecraft's website, they're $20, which is a hell of a deal. And we got through 2 hours on a very, very poor edge from the factory. Like, that edge sucked. We sharpened it to 15 degrees. We put a nice mirror on that edge. And we've been going for the last... We're 10 minutes short of an hour on the new edge. And now you're up to speed. And we're just doing our thing and hanging out. Yeah, so I know someone had the link for it, and they posted it earlier. Um, Might be able to get the link dropped again. But Rosecraft is clearing out a lot of old inventory to make way for a new product and new inventory. So they got a lot of their older stuff on sale for half price, basically. Which is how I wound up with so many things from Rosecraft at a Blade Show. But the cool thing with this is you got a button lock that doesn't slam and bounce open like other button locks do, but you can't open it with the button lock. You got to use the flipper tab, which, I'll be honest, I really, really like this system. It's weird, but I really like it. Like, the week I carried this was fantastic. Well, when I do the 2K giveaway, I've got another one of these in black and gray to give away to you guys. So, someone's going to get lucky and win one. My most expensive knife. That's a tough call to make. I've got the Bug Out an M390. It's like 275 bucks. I've got a Gerber Guardian dagger from the early 1980s. It's also about 275 bucks. I don't know what the wife spent on my Rambo knife that's autographed by Sylvester Stallone. I've also got Pacific Cutlery Kukri, and that Pacific Cutlery was bench made before they were bench made. So I've got I got a lot of mixed bags. There's also a Puma Prince knife from from back in the day. It's vintage, and the only one that I can see is in better shape than mine and still in the box for like 600. But yeah, so that comes up a lot. So my most expensive knife that I know the price of definitively is probably that Benchmade Bug Out. Oldest knife that I know of. I've got a bayonet that was made for the Austrian military in the mid 1960s, and the ones that were made for use by the Austrian military was they were coated. They were black coated, but the ones that weren't coated you could buy as blanks, and you put your own handle on it. So that's what I did. It's a Ziegler 77. I don't think it's the Glock bayonet. Give me a second. Did I leave it where I think I left it? Maybe? I don't know. I'll go check and see if it's where I think it is in just a second here. But yeah, so they just sold the blanks. That's the oldest knife that I know that I have. I got a few of them. I don't know what the hell they are. There's no maker's mark. There's nothing to identify them, so I can't tell you how old they are, but they're pretty old. You gotta be careful getting into the World War II knives. Let me go see if it's where I think it is. Oh my god, standing up hurts. Holy shit. Holy shit pickles. Okay, so it's not there. It's not here. So it's not where I normally keep those things. It's somewhere in the war room, but I don't know where I left it. That's probably from a way back Wednesday video, and I never put it back up. Which is a bit annoying now that I need it for something. All right. Wait a second. Did it go in this box? It did. Got it. Okay. Here we have it. And that is a Zeitler 77. And so I put my own handle on it, and I shaped it to fit my hand exactly, and then the coating I put on it didn't hold up so good. But it's a good little fixed blade to carry. Probably could use a sheath on it, but yeah, like I like how it turned out. Yeah, it's wonder how sharp this thing is. Let's see. Not terribly. I will say one thing, man. This bitch is heavy. But yeah, it needs an edge, and it really needs some polishing and some love. But this was in the box of stuff that I got from my uncle, Josh, after he passed away. So I kind of leave it as is. I wanted to put a handle on it while I was learning how to do stuff like this. And it was after I made those scales for those 2 cheap Winchester knives. Yeah, like I said, it belonged to my uncle before he passed away. I just got a box of his knives from my grandmother when they were going through his stuff. They're like, do you want these? Hell yes, I do. Like, there's a small selection of knives that I got, like that Pacific Cutlery Kukri. That was his. The Puma Prince knife was his. The Gerber Guardian Mark II was his. Oh yeah, I know what bayonets are for. Don't get me wrong. That being said, that thing could take an edge and could cut a lot better if I really wanted to put the time into it. And I'm not sure how much longer I can go before I got to use the bathroom. Okay. Fresh sheet of paper. It seems like this thing's really taking Cardboard Slayer personally. Yeah, definitely not the cleanest cut. Weird. Okay. No, I have not been stabbed. I definitely... If you got that one guy where it's like the vibe here is not right, I'll see you later. That was me. You know, I expected a lot less edge wear than this. Popped like 2 hairs off. Wow. All right, I'm not sure what to make of this. Like the edge showed wear like a lot faster than I thought. I mean, we pushed really hard, but still. Yeah. Stalker Cat, I appreciate your time, man. I am happy to see you here. Thank you for your time. And yeah, we will be having one again soon enough. Wait, Punisher, you were that guy in the video then, weren't you? We've seen that video. Just, yep. Go fuck, it's bleeding. All right, guys, we're gonna take ourselves a 5-minute interlude. I'm gonna take the chat with me while I go to the bathroom. So I'm still here with y'all. I'm here with y'all. Jesus Christ, you guys. That was like trying to shove a gorilla's arm into a coffee mug. Holy hell. Holy crap. Yeah, I was conjuring a mighty fudge dragon. But yeah, I don't know what to make of the edge wear on this. Like maybe 15 degrees was too fine for how hard we just pushed it, but that is weird. Back again. Yeah, that is just weird. I don't know, let me try wiping the edge down and see if that makes a difference. Might be some leftover gunk on it from tape. There just may have been some crap stuck on here from there being tape on it, on some of these boxes. Yeah. That's all it was. Let's get on the Forbidden Moonshine. Yeah, guys, check it out. Sharpening sticks is fun. Okay. Yeah, aside from the paper being a little bit too okay, I got some clean cuts off this earlier. Okay. All right, Scott, see you in a bit. So yeah, it looks like we're getting clean cuts now that we got whatever was stuck to the edge off. Yeah, weird. Like it's still popping a little bit of hair off. I think it's still sharper than we think it is. We're gonna go with that. No, like that's the thing is now that we got whatever was stuck on the blade off, I'm making bad cuts here, but this one's only green. I had something different, but it wasn't really doing what I wanted it to. And then I wanted the voice activation on this one, so that's what I did. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's sharper than we think it is because it's still getting those cuts, and it's not too shabby after an hour of cutting as hard as we cut with it. I kind of don't want to resharpen it, but we're not going to reprofile it again. We're just going to go with it. I said what we got out of that's not too shabby after an hour. It just had some gunk stuck to it. Because it's still in strop range. I don't know. There's no way to count this. Unless one of y'all in the comments wants to sit there and count every single cut while we're doing this. That ain't happening. But I usually get asked that every time someone new shows up. How many cuts have you done? I don't know. So the cuts are still really clean. I don't got to push it that hard. Yeah, it's got to be at least 6. Favorite band? Oh my god, that is so impossible to pick, dude. Like, you know, my shit goes all the way back to, you know, the early 1990s. Now, my favorite thing that I've discovered recently has got to be a band called Go Hang. And some of their stuff is like industrial punk bluegrass. It is some of the wildest shit you've ever heard. But I mean, CKY, those guys got me through one of the most fucked up parts of my life ever, and that's a pretty bold statement. Primus, they have been a lifelong favorite of mine. Mindless Self-Indulgence, they have been a favorite of mine since like 1998. Trying to think who else has really been a major player. There's one. It's Crash Test Dummies that, you know, I'm sure some of y'all that are over the age of 40 will remember, just because of how bizarre it was. But that one album, God Shelf at His Feet, about the only thing they really did. Fucking masterpiece. How does a duck know what direction south is? And how to tell his wife from all the other ducks? Yeah, dude, I love that fucking album. You know, on my playlist has ungodly amounts of metal in it, but it's all like a couple of songs from each band. You know, just a couple here and there. I was big into Metallica when I was a lot younger, but I played them so much that, you know, I'm kind of burned out. You know, like listening to it now is just like a chore just because I've listened to it so much years and years ago. Let's see. Ghost, that's another one where they made a lot of stuff that I like. Yeah, Skillet, Feel Like a Monster. Like, Skillet didn't really connect with me. That's probably because it's really hard to go from stuff like Pantera and Metallica and things of that nature, Entombed, back to something like Skillet. You know, it starts to feel incredibly lightweight if you work backwards from there. Like Pantera, they just had that one really good album for me where a lot of stuff connected. And then, not a fan of the rest of their work. You know what? I've listened to some of the stuff off of Saint Anger, and some of the stuff I heard was just, it sounded like they were trying to keep up with the kids. Basically, it sounded like they were trying to do stuff that would keep up with the younger guys that were years ahead of where they were back when thrash was the king. It's like, bro, that's not you guys. That's not what y'all do. Like, dial it back a little bit. And I will say, I liked Load, I liked Reload, I liked Garage Inc., I liked S&M. I think Jason Newsted did fantastic work putting the bass, getting the bass into those songs properly. No one's ever going to be Cliff Burton. That'll never happen again. And I love when Metallica was being interviewed about Les Claypool. They're like, yeah, he showed up. He kind of outclassed us pretty damn badly, and he was just too damn weird, Which, if y'all didn't know, Les Claypool from Primus auditioned to fill Cliff Burton's role in Metallica after Cliff Burton died. And Primus has a pretty fucking interesting cover of The Thing That Should Not Be. And I think that's one of the biggest shames in life is all tied to Primus. Like, Linkin Park was fantastic, man. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that I still listen to today. Some of it got incredibly overplayed to the point where it's like, I'm burned out on this. But like Primus, I wish we would have had Cali Boy. You out of here? All right, man. I appreciate your time, man. Thanks for being here. But like Primus, we didn't get like Primus fucking around with like just ridiculously heavy metal. We got a little taste of it. That little breakdown, and The Devil Went Down to Georgia. Like, it showed what could be and what could happen, and we never got it. I really needed a Primus cover of Tool back when Les Claypool was still at his coked out best. I really did need that. We never got it. Yeah, Dimebag was fantastic. Even though Cowboys from Hell was really the only thing that I connected with of theirs properly, there was still some amazing stuff there. And, it bothered me whenever Dimebag was killed and he got like 2 minutes of coverage on MTV, and it's like, bro, are you shitting me right now? Like, this should be dominating all of your feed right now, MTV. What the fuck, guys? Like, his death was barely mentioned anywhere outside of Pantera fans, basically. That whole thing was so fucked up, too, because the guy that killed him blamed him for Pantera breaking up. It was like, no, it's because Phil Anselmo liked heroin too much. That's why the band broke up. Yeah, look, I'm not disparaging anyone else's coverage when they passed away at all. It's just they treated that one so badly. Like, yeah, it's the barely gotta mention part that bothers me, I haven't cut myself while slicing cardboard yet. However, there was one knife we got stupid sharp and I was shaving hair off and I was too tired to do it safely. And I kicked the blade up a little too high and took a small bite out of here. Thankfully, I have ridden out a lot of incidents where I should have been catastrophically injured and nothing happened. Yeah, out here, we got nothing, you know. You know, it was just a couple of quick mentions and that was it. It's just like, bro, that's all the respect you're going to give him? And what is it? Phil Anselmo is like trying to do Pantera again, and like, no, you can't do that again. It's like Axl Rose trying to come back with Buckethead. Buckethead's cool as shit. He's made some really cool stuff, but sorry, that ain't Guns N' Roses. Like, it's not. Appetite for Destruction, great album. Loved it. About the only thing in there is that I loved. You know, but fantastic album. But you can't do that with Buckethead. Like, sorry. Totally different vibe there. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of the combination of Phil and the Abbott brothers, and no one remembers the bass player for shit, which is a bummer, because I'm like, I never knew the guy's name, and I feel bad about it now that we're talking about the band. It was like, you know, I kind of need to go back and see if I can find footage of when they were a hair metal band. You know, back in the before times, they were a hair metal band. And one thing I'll never understand how hair metal really became a thing. There's a lot in this world I don't understand, and that's one of them. Yeah, I know Ronnie James Dio caught tons of disrespect when he was trying to fill in for Ozzy and Black Sabbath for a while there. I think the best way to put it is, yeah, like, I'm incredibly picky. All right, I'll find a band and there's going to be 2 or 3 amazing songs and I don't like anything else they did. It's very rare that I find someone that has just one full album of stuff that I like. You know, that's part of why Primus is so magical, because I love everything all the way up through the Brown album there. But, you know, trying to do Pantera now would be like trying to do a Megadeth without Dave Mustaine, basically. Megadeth, they had a few solid hits that I love, and then I just didn't connect with anything else. I was listening to Sweating Bullets when I turned a 1993 Saturn station wagon upside down 7 feet in the air. Well, funny thing is, that same kind of voice is the same thing everyone hates about Avenged Sevenfold when they hate Avenged Sevenfold. Which, again, another one, there's a handful of bangers, and then the rest of it's like, eh. Like, the, what is it, the City of Evil album could rock that whole thing all the way through. You know, Tool's another one. There is some stuff I truly, profoundly connect with, and a lot of it's just like, okay, it sounds cool, but it's not my thing. I tell you what, Godsmack, that song Voodoo, every asshole that was too full of themselves and spent too much time higher than shit was obsessed with that song. Bloodshot Dawn, those guys did a lot of amazing stuff on their first 2 albums. A lot of really cool stuff there. You know, I miss their original drum player. I do. There is some stuff I listen to. There's not a lot of modern stuff that I'm super into. There is stuff that's good. It's just all underground. Hobson's pretty badass. Who else? Yeah, the list is kind of short, but I'll go with older stuff. Kind of stuff from my era. But yeah, the mainstream stuff, the mumble rap and all that bullshit, nope, cannot and will not. Of course, Eminem. Everyone loves Eminem. But, you know, on the other end of the spectrum, you know, I listen to a lot of, well, I listen to some Dutch hardcore EDM. That stuff is straight up rowdy. You know, give me like a really hard beat, very repetitive, a lot of bass, and I'm happy. Something really aggressive and pissed off. I haven't gone through enough of 50 Cent stuff to tell you whether or not I really like him. Like, I've heard the songs that hit the radio, and they're like, it's all right, you know. Not super impressed, but it's all right. And this one's for the over 40 crowd, but Bubba Sparks. So, like, by and large, I'm into metal and electronic stuff, which, again, give me, like, some kind of really crazy hook and some repetitiveness with the bass, and I'm happy. You know, there's a lot of alternative rock from when I was growing up. There is some rap. It's not necessarily as diverse as the metal and everything else. But part of that is I haven't gone through enough of everybody's stuff. I just heard a couple things I liked and swiped them. Notorious B.I.G., God rest that man's soul. Never really dug around in Tupac's stuff enough to tell you whether or not I like him. Sure, go for your worst injury. Sabaton's okay, a little bit light for my taste. Like, I will not argue. Like, I won't say anything bad about Sabaton. If someone was playing that in their car, I'd be perfectly fucking happy. Oh, have you guys heard of Van Canto? Is anybody familiar with Van Canto? Yeah, you'd already talked about that a few minutes ago. We already saw that. It's just people rolling up there and getting stabbed left and right. But Van Canto, they're basically doing metal with no guitars whatsoever. It's all guys basically making the noises of guitars. It is so much more epic than it sounds. Like, the description is fucking ridiculous. But those guys are pretty awesome. They do some covers of some Metallica and a bunch of other stuff. It's actually really good. But you got guys holding microphones making the sound of guitars. Like, it is fucking hilarious. It's great, but it is hilarious. All right, 40-pound ECT. Yes, Punisher. I knew you'd come through for me. Punisher's always there with knowing stuff I already know. It's always the obscure stuff too, man. I love having you here for that. That is a very honorable title, sir. There will never be another one. But like the cover of Battery is phenomenal because you hear him in the background. Battery, 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 battery. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. Y'all sent it on that one. I have not. That's going to have to be like a one-of-one shirt. Like, you're the only trivia golem we'll ever have. Somebody is, like, whoever comes in next that does this is going to be like the trivia goblin. And trivia goblin is going to be just a blanket term for a bunch of people. There's only ever going to be one trivia golem. Magnificent Seven, I am not familiar with. I could not tell you. Yes, I've heard of Ailstorm. They've got, again, a handful of songs that really connect. And No Quarter is their best song, and there's no vocals. But No Quarter is fucking amazing. Like, that's my on my way to a job interview song right there. Now, if you want to go Pirates versus Ninjas, you guys are familiar with Dragon Force, right? Everyone here is familiar with Dragon Force? Okay, so before Dragon Force was Dragon Force, okay? Bear with me here. They were a band called Shadow Warriors. And everything they did was about ninjas. Okay, the best thing they did was a song called The Power of the Ninja Sword, and they re-recorded it as Dragon Force later on down the road. Like, fantastic. Like, look up Shadow Warriors when you get a chance. Like, The Power of the Ninja Sword is fantastic. You gotta Feel the Fire. There's a couple others. They didn't have a lot of songs. But see, Punisher already knows. Yeah, I stumbled across him. One of the local colleges had a radio station, and they just do some of those random shit. Like, just the most random shit. And that's where I stumbled across that. Because, like, I heard The Power of the Ninja Sword. I'm like, this is fucking amazing. And it took forever to find it after that. Like, I think I had to keep going back to YouTube and checking until someone uploaded it. I don't know. At some point, I need to talk to one of my guys. He's the guy that streams on Twitch that we were doing the trying to help fundraise for Make-A-Wish Georgia with. He's got a guy that makes stuff like jerseys, challenge coins, stuff like that. And I am not familiar with Steve Terberry, but that's not saying much. But at some point, we'll have to talk to him about getting a Trivia Golem jersey made. Like, the name Steve Terberry rings a bell. Terberry, however you pronounce it. Isn't he like a YouTube guy that had a pretty damn big channel? Yeah. So I've seen him once or twice, but it's been so long that I can't remember. And I can't remember how I made the connection between Shadow Warriors and Dragon Force myself. Like I somehow came to that of my own volition. Because trust me, once I found that out, I spent a couple of years just every so often searching YouTube to see if they redid Power of the Ninja Sword as Dragon Force, and they finally fucking did it. I tell you what, though, I do miss the old pirates versus ninjas debate. That was a fun time to be on the internet. Huh. Amon Amarth has done a lot of stuff that I really like. I ripped a bunch of that audio. This could make a nice, convincing wig. We could cosplay as the Box Ghost's girlfriend. Yeah, Monomarth has done quite a bit of stuff that I like. Trying to think what else is really stands out. Oh, Born of Osiris, they've done some really cool stuff. Really like those guys. Yeah, Shield Wall is fantastic. Like, that's how you do a song. It opens hard, it stays hard, like it's aggressive as shit. Like, I really enjoyed Shield Wall, especially when it released. I was just like, oh my god! But yeah, like, if you like metal, check out Born of Osiris. Either go with Follow Signs or Elevate. Elevate's one of those that I'm kind of mad I'll never be able to... All right, Lulu, see you later. Thank you for dropping by again. But Elevate's one of those songs that I'm kind of pissed off I'll never get to hear it for the first time again. Because, yeah, like, was it War of the Gods, Twilight of the Thunder God, the Berserker at Stamford Bridge, Shield Wall, which I just like the Berserker at Stamford Bridge because of the history behind it. Naturally 7, absolutely not familiar with that. Yeah, we're still going pretty strong. So we put the new edge on it. I'm pretty sure you were here for that. And so, of course, that's going to take a lot longer to wear down just because the factory edge was so garbage. The Browning's another good one to check out. Like, you got some pretty strong metal there, at least the songs that I liked. With, like, electronic added in properly the way you're supposed to do it. Time Will Tell is one of the best ones that Time Will Tell is one of the best songs I've ever heard. All right, brother. Enjoy charging your phone. Gabriel, I'm pretty sure we already knew it was you, brother. I'm gonna pick a figure, but all the good ones have been taken already. But screw it. We're gonna do this one. Folk, you are not alone there. My brain is completely mush. Let me see something. So there's supposed to be a way where you can basically rock, paper, scissors these things. But I think I have the instructions upstairs somewhere that says how to do it, but you can rock, paper, scissors with these guys. But I will say, there's a couple of reasons I started doing this. And one is just because of reviews where guys don't actually use the knife. They just open the box and say, this thing is awesome. But going in on something like this and showing zero mechanical sympathy for what you're using is fun. And this is way back in the day when old guys are like, don't cut up cardboard, it'll ruin your edge. Oh, we'll just see about that. Although, sir, I certainly hope you have a massive pile of cardboard to play with. Because you'll be amazed how much you can go through in a couple of hours. Like, I really do wish I had a way of knowing the sheer number of linear feet that I've cut up. All right, you're gone. Well, we're still going with it, but I'd say about an hour and a half ago, maybe, we put a new edge on it because the factory edge just gave out. It was so bad to begin with that getting 2 hours out of it was actually kind of impressive. So now we're just kind of pushing it until I physically can't go anymore, which I'm hanging in there now. Like, we are 4 hours and 27 minutes into the stream, which means we're already making good time. Yeah, that's the thing is, I wish we had a way of knowing just how much it was, but I don't really have a good way to do that. Well, sensible portions, you're not going to be fun to cut up, but let's do it anyways. Yeah, so we're thinking the 15-degree edge may not have been the best call, but we're still getting very, very, very clean, easy cuts. And really, I should have looked up the optimal angle to sharpen D2 at before we went in on it, but I didn't. Like back when Cardboard Slayer was like before I knew just how far you could push knives, Cardboard Slayer would be like, I'll do 300 cuts and see how it cuts paper then. And it's like, you know, 300 cuts at 4 to 6 inches a cut. We are men, but, you know, it would be nice to have a better foundation of knowledge for stuff like this. Let's see how many cuts I can get before this dotted line right here folds in half and scares the hell out of me. 0. Brother, we would try a 3-degree edge on something if I was able to control, like if I was able to sharpen it and know what I was doing. The work sharp won't cut any lower than about 12 degrees. I'm pretty sure on a kitchen knife or something taller this way, it could go significantly lower, but on a normal size pocket knife, no. We're not getting lower than about 12. I am not reprofiling yet another new wedge on this tonight. I don't have enough ass left to go long enough to make it worth putting a whole new wedge on there. I hate to disappoint. I have been at this for 4.5 hours now. So I don't really have anything else that I can really do this with. Like, I don't really have a good way to push the blades any other way at my disposal. You know, like I don't have a good way to get footage of, say, trying to chop a branch apart or do anything like that. Like, at some point, I'm going to be able to include that if the channel gets big enough to justify spending money on better equipment. I'd like to be able to start editing videos and adding, you know, background music, make them more professional. If you're familiar at all with a channel called Dank Pods, like, he kind of does things the way I want to do them. You know, and yeah, I know mine, it'll like scroll down to like 10 degrees. However, again, on a normal size pocket knife blade, you can't get much lower than about 12 before you start grinding away the aluminum clamp that holds the blade in place. But, you know, at some point when I can start splicing in video and like doing proper editing and stuff like that, I can start adding stuff like, you know, chopping wood up and doing all that with it too. But not right now. Oh no. Like, I know these things are plenty strong, you know. I know that. I've even said, like, you know, there's a lot that I'd be pretty fearless about with a modern folder just because I know they're built so much better than the ones that I used to mess with were back when I was a lot younger. You know, budget and or cheap knives have come a very long way since the 1990s. Because like I said, I've had blades snap doing pretty lightweight stuff. I've had blades snap off at the choil right here, off of doing some stuff that shouldn't have been that abusive. Like I've seen what the old you know, the old surgical steel and all that stuff, the old cheap steel that was true garbage. You know, I've seen what that stuff can't take. Just trust me. At some point in the future, if the channel continues to grow, we're going to get more extensive testing. It's just, like right now, I can't edit a video with that in it effectively. You know, if I'm going to beat on it with chopping and everything else and really giving her what for, then I need to be able to record that and edit it together instead of you know, like the way I do now. I'll rip it all in one take. I've got a ring light and a phone holder above my work surface. So about all I can do is tell you how comfortable it is day to day to use and how it handles the basic tasks. Anybody that's not, you know, out in the woods trying to beat their knife to death, you know, how it does that kind of work. It's more of a question of how is it to live with and carry day to day. You know, for the edge potentially being just an ass hair too fine, it's still cutting really, really good. We are at 4 hours and 36 minutes right now. How you doing, Just a Guest? Like, at the 2 hour mark, at about the 2 hour mark, we had to stop and put a new edge on it because the factory edge on this thing was terrible. The OEM that made this for Rosecraft did a terrible job. Someone in China turned a blind apprentice loose with a rusty chisel to sharpen this thing. My other Rosecrafts, much better edges from the factory. It's just, I got a bad one with this one. I'm sure it'll be fine. Give her what for on that 10 degrees. emotional support water. I need it. At one point, I hit 82. I got swarmed by what I assume are bots right when I started the stream, and they lasted about 8 minutes before they all disappeared. It was the weirdest damn thing. Like they all showed up. A few of them were asking the "I'm just screwing with you" questions, and then they all vanished. You know, and I think it might be just because I don't feed trolls. You know, have fun coming in here and, you know, acting dumb. I'll have fun watching you. But unless you get out of line and get into something that really ain't cool at all, you're fine. If you get too far out of line, screw it. You're out of here. Yeah, see, Fook's got our back. No, Fook, I'm right there with you, man. I'm barely coherent. You know, we're about 10 minutes away from checking the edge again and seeing how it's holding up on the paper. The edge is showing wear on paper, but it's not really showing wear on the cardboard. Well, as I said, no one's getting banned yet. However, a few people have been warned. Few people have been warned. You will hear me say, don't go getting yourself banned, and if they keep going, bye forever, you're blocked. Yeah, you ain't getting out that easy. Because, I mean, I'm pretty sure if someone does something to get themselves blocked, you know, if someone does something to get themselves blocked, they're probably going to pop up on an alt account and then get blocked again. Because, I mean, if I don't have other moderators in here with me, I can still take care of it on my alt. You know, like I can tolerate guys coming in here and acting a little goofy and just kind of screwing around with everybody. That's just beefing up watch time, and that's another viewer for me. But there are some things that absolutely are not tolerated. Although I do wish the guy that said he cut his hand off would come back and give us an update. I missed that guy. I wonder what he's up to. Maybe he cut his hand off and then he put it back on real fast so no one would notice. I don't know if you can hear this, but maybe not. It was making a cool sound opening, but I think I may have too much cardboard caught up in the mechanism now. Yeah, we may have to wrap this up in a few minutes here. I'm starting to get hella discombobulated and viewer count's dropping and chat's dead, so that may be a good time to start wrapping things up. Finish cutting this piece up, check the edge, shoot the ship for a few minutes, and then bounce. It happens, you know, it seems like it's a good time to break off. Like, I am just completely shot mentally. I said I've been awake since 2 a.m. And I am 100% burnt. Like, the emotional support caffeine is done worn off. Okay. And of course, we got to get back into the forbidden moonshine. I never went to see if I got more of this in the shop. I bought like a whole gallon of it. I just don't know whether I used it all up mixing it with borax, or I still have like a half a gallon sitting there, or if it's all evaporated. I got no idea. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I can't read a bit of that. I am so sorry. That isn't a language I'm truly, truly not familiar with. However, you are coming in right as we're wrapping things up. I'm just trying to get the rest of the glue off of this. Evasive floppy disk, you're coming in right as we're shutting things down. Like, brother, I have been doing full displays of feet and everything trying to get you in here. We've been trying and you ain't show up. All right, let's see if this is worse than it was an hour ago. No. That's still a really clean cut. Paper did not like that. Dude, you missed all the stuff. Like, we are 4 hours and 49 minutes into this right now. Like, I am so spent. Oof, yeah. That is, like, I keep thinking buying a new car is going to be like, go in there, walk out the same day, and you're all done. At least that's how it should be. So the factory edge on this thing was crap. Yeah, it's the Rosecraft. The factory edge on it was terrible, but it still lasted like 2 hours before we had to sharpen it. And I put a 15-degree edge on here, and it's been doing great on that. 2 hours in on that, and it's still cutting pretty clean. What the hell, man? That has nothing to do with anything. So, like, we got some really clean cuts off of this thing for being 2 hours on there. Why are you trying to get banned? Like, why? But yeah, like it's D2. It's D2, but this is the first D2 we've had where the blade is this thin and has a flat grind on it. So I mean, it sliced really nice. Like it did a good job slicing even on the bad factory edge, but we put 15 degrees on it and it really took off. So we're gonna shoot the ship for a minute while I strop this thing back to life. I thought I might be able to go for a couple more hours, but like most of these live streams, I have been awake since 2 a.m. It is now 9:44 p.m. I am wiped out 100%. We did pick up a few extra bucks towards the sharpness tester. That is building slowly but surely. Yeah, I don't understand how that took off and became a meme. Like, I don't understand how that took off like it did. Like, it wasn't even that funny. I mean, you look back at the memes from, you know, a handful of years ago and they look dumb now. A lot of times stuff is kind of funny. It's just that one's like, how and why? And how badly do you think that How bad do you think that fucked her whole life up? Oh yeah. See, I love quoting stuff like that just to make my kids incredibly uncomfortable. Like they're young adults now, but they're still kind of like me where they're in tune with most things happening. Yeah, and that's the thing is I guarantee you she didn't expect that to happen either. Like I guarantee you there was no reason to expect that was going to happen off it. But I it's kind of like the dad joke thing. I get a great laugh out of it when they're like, "I hate that you just said that." Like I am dead serious. Um all right, KO, we'll see you later, man. We are wrapping things up here. But Fook, if you want to have a lot of fun with your kids, just walk in the room when they're sitting there and be like, "Hey kids, how about that skibbity toilet riz? That's pretty cool, huh?" Like just try it. Like you will watch them die inside. Like just a huge chunk of them will die inside. Well, see, here's the thing is he's young enough to actually talk like that, which means when you talk like that, it is going to break part of his soul. All right, believe me, I am a master at that bullshit. Keep it shorter and simpler than that. Like I said, just walk in and be like, "Hey kids, how about that skibbity toilet raise? That's pretty cool, huh?" I guarantee you, I guarantee you, you will get a show unlike anything else watching them die inside. Like my kids hate it when I do that shit. Yeah, Looney Tunes is always amusing, but I never really got a huge laugh out of it. I still enjoyed it. Like Roadrunner, watched the fuck out of that. I don't know. I guess it's because like it was well before my time by like a lot, and by the time that happened, a lot of the humor that I had gotten adapted to was far more advanced. So it's like stepping backwards and not really connecting. All right, where did the straw put us? Yeah, we're back to a beautiful cut. So yeah, we're cutting nice. We're shaving again. May the hair on the back of my hand ever grow back. So yeah, we're back up in fighting form. But this seems like a really good place to wrap things up. I am dead tired. I know some of y'all are too. But, you know, keep an eye out on the community posts for the next one coming up. I'm not sure exactly when it's going to be yet. My work schedule is kind of funky. I'm going to have to see what I can do with what I got. I'm closing every night after this one, and then I got to do a mid after my day off. So I'm not sure exactly when I'm going to pull that off, but we'll keep an eye out for it. But man, I appreciate y'all being here, man. I appreciate y'all staying with me this long. And I look forward to seeing you again, and keep an eye out for the aftermath video on this thing. And yeah, everybody have a great night. Yeah, thanks for a great stream, man. I had fun. Like always, I enjoyed you guys quite a bit. But yeah, I'm signing out, man. Y'all have a great night. Hopefully you catch it again soon. Just keep an eye out on the community posts.